to acknowledge our National Commissioner, General Sithole, our Deputy National Commissioner, General Vuma, our Acting Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain, Major General Hankins, Provincial Commissioners present, all Provincial Commissioners present today, all protocol observed. Today we are going to be discussing quite a thorny and sensitive issue, which is gender-based violence. Our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, has declared gender-based violence a secondary pandemic in our country. And we are gathered here as young people, as a generation, and as a youth to come up with solutions, to come up, basically discuss and engage on what we think are the contributing factors that are causing this pandemic in our country. And I would like to welcome Sergeant Matibedi, who is our patriotic leader today, who is going to do the national anthem for us today.
Good morning. Let me first acknowledge the presence of the National Commissioner, General Sithole. Acknowledge as well the Deputy National Commissioner present, General Vuma, and all Provincial Commissioners present. Standing before you is Sergeant Matibedi. I am a member, first of all, of Junior Management Corps. I'll be taking you through the patriotic education. The National Commissioner identified within the organization the lack of discipline among members when singing the national anthem and the African anthem. The lack of observing protocol, the behavior of junior members towards senior personnel in relation to SAPS culture. The standard of drill on the organization has been identified as below the standard. This has been seen during the attendance of official funerals, national events, and ceremonies where drill is required. In the SAPS annual report of 2018-2019, it is indicated that 1,880 cases of disciplinary cases were dealt with. This is a case of concern in the organization. Lack of discipline is not only visible in SAPS, but as well in our community members. However, SAPS as the law enforcer, it is imperative that we lead the course of self-correcting. Now, our constitution is the foundation of our democracy. The very essence of what freedom means is defined in the Constitution. The preamble of the Constitution refers to a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by the law. The Bill of Rights reaffirms that everyone has inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. It refers to the right of freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinions. It includes the right of freedom of expression and freedom of association. Now, when it comes to the vision of the country, the South African vision is to create a unified, non-racial, non-sexist, and a democratic country for a better life for all. Now, according to the National Development Plan, the outcome number 14, it states creating a diverse, social, cohesive, with a common national identity. During the State of the Nation address in 2019, our Honorable President tabled objectives of the fifth administration, and we as the junior management corps in the organization, we derive our link to objective number 6 and 7, which state that states respectively social cohesion and safe communities and a better Africa and world. Now, as we are about to sing the national anthem was proclaimed in 1997. It is a shortened version of two anthems, Nkosi Sikelel i-Afrika and the Call of South Africa, which is known as the STEM, which was sung between 1994 and 1997. It is unique in that it is sung in 5 languages. Nkosi Sikelel i-Afrika was composed in 1897 by Enoch Sontonga, a Methodist mission school teacher. The poet Simon Mqai later added 7 additional stanzas in isiXhosa. A Sesotho version was published by Moses Mphahlele in 1942. Nkosi Sikelel i-Afrika became popular church hymn that was later adopted as an anthem at political meetings and was sung as an act of defiance during the apartheid years. The Stem van Suid-Afrika is a poem written by C.J. Langenhoven in May 1918, with music composed in 1921 by Reverend M.L. de Villiers. It was first sung publicly at official hoisting of national flag in Cape Town on 31 May 1928. It was not until 2nd May 1957 that government pronounced the Stem as the official national anthem of South Africa. In 1952, the official English version, the Call of South Africa, was accepted for official use. Now I will go through the protocol on respecting the national anthem. The national anthem should be recited with appropriate respect. I will repeat that. The national anthem should be recited with appropriate respect. All should stand to attention with their hands placed at their side while singing the national anthem. Civilians should take their hats off. Now, when I'm saying, maybe some of us are not aware what do we mean when we say all must be standing on attention. So every one of us, when we call for attention, will have to stand up and put our hands on our side. And I will request, even those who are on cameras, that there'll be no movement when we sing the national anthem, because it must be recited with respect. So all of us, we are going to participate when we are singing the national anthem. When I call for attention, everyone will stand on attention. We know, as trained officers, what we are supposed to do, that we are supposed to salute, and we are going to all sing the national anthem. Attention! National salute! Salute! Nkosi Sikelel i-Afrika, maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi Sikelela thina.
Murena buluka sichaba sa Jesu. Ufedise dintwali matswenyeho. Usibuluke sibuluke sichaba sa Jesu. Sichabasa, South Africa, South Africa. Eti plofan onze jemel, eti diepte van ons jem. Waar ons waar die kranse antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. 2, 3, 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Mativedi. I would now like to call upon our pastor, Ms. D. Manzini.
Greetings to the National Commissioner, to the Deputy National Commissioner, General Fuma, and all provincial commissioners present, all protocol observed. Today's scripture reading, we're going to find it in the book of Esther, chapter 4, verse 12 to 14. And it reads as follows. They related Esther's words to Mordecai. Then Mordecai told them to reply to Esther, "Do not imagine that you in the king's palace can escape any more than all the Jews. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, and you and your father's house will remain and will perish. And who knows whether you have come to the palace or royalty for such a time as this." This is a very interesting scripture for those who know it, because for some odd reason, this could have been the first femicide in the Bible. Because Esther is an orphan raised by an uncle called Mordecai. But all of a sudden, as she rises up, because no one saw an orphan becoming a queen in the palace and ruling over them, the jealousy of Mordecai arises over this nation. Because when a man threatens those that are in leadership, they don't only threaten the domain or the power that God has ordained, but they threaten the entire country or continent. So Haman cannot understand how can a queen be an orphan, and no one at the time knew the identity of Esther. Now, as the battle rises up, he plans to kill Queen Esther. Now, Mordecai goes to Esther's servants and say, "Tell Esther that maybe she has come to the palace for a time such as this, because we know that God is a God of purpose, and he appoints people knowing that there is a specific task that is ahead of them." For the interesting part for today, or the purpose of this event, allow me to title this message to say, "Not in my name." So Mordecai says to Esther that who knows that you have come to the palace for a time such as this. But this is the interesting part of this version. He says, If you do not rise up and say anything, our salvation will come from somewhere else. I want to challenge those that are in public, private sectors, and in high positions, those with NGOs, faith-based institutions, traditional leaders, and all those that God has given them power to change policies, to say that if you do not say anything about gender-based violence and femicide, the salvation of women and children will spring from somewhere else. And unfortunately, you will perish, because what differentiates a good leader is being able to do something good, but you are not able to do it at the time when God has given you a chance. Haman is anything that threatens the safety of women and children. Haman is any woman who pulls down another woman because they think they are not good enough to rise into a position of authority. Haman is anyone that do not respect leaders of organizations, because that will ultimately lead a country into a distress. Today we are here gathered to talk about issues of gender-based violence. I would say in the Bible version, we are here to dethrone Haman of his power, to make sure that our country is safe. In closing, I would like to quote a quote from Utata Nelson Mandela, where he said, open quote, "Domestic violence, rape, abuse of women remain disgraceful blots on the reputation of a country that is called a miracle nation in other respects." Close quote. Let us remember that South Africa is a miracle baby, is a miracle country, and we are to enjoy the fruits of it. Therefore, how do we enjoy that? When women and children are crying. It is time for Esthers that are in high positions of influence. It is time for our provincial commissioners to rise up to the occasion, and I'm challenging you to do that. Why? Because the light of God has risen upon you, and you are well able to carry out that mandate, especially our mothers and fathers that are sitting in front of us. Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you today. We thank you for this opportunity to deliberate on issues that are close to your heart, to deliberate of issues that we know that defile the land where we stay in. We pray that you may give us wisdom, O God. We pray that let the voice of this event be heard. I speak the blood of Jesus on all the four corners of this country, from the north, the south, the east, and the west. I dethrone every power, every principality that stands against the freedom of women and children, it being under the water, in the air. I dethrone it in the name of Jesus, and I plant the peace of God upon all the four corners of the earth. I decree and declare in the name of Jesus that everyone in high positions, you will give them the courage to rise up and do right, and know that you hate the abuse of women and children. I pray for all the speakers of today. Give them wisdom, oh God. Give them new knowledge. Give them the wisdom of Solomon, but not his calamity. Let them be able to speak things that can change this country for the better part of it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Muruti. The word of God says, if 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I will be in their midst. And I believe God is with us today. He will help us to come up with those solutions that we are looking for. I would now like to introduce our panelists and our key speakers for today. We have the National Commissioner, General Sithole. We also have the Deputy National Commissioner, General Vuma. We also have our external stakeholders with us today. I will introduce, I will just name the organizations where they come from, and I would like to request that they stand up, introduce themselves, and also tell us a little bit about their organizations and what they stand for. We have the National Youth Crime Prevention Steering Committee with us today.
Greetings to the National Commissioner, General Tutole, the DNC, General Vuma, all protocol observed. My name is Lungelo Zulu, the PRO for the National Youth Crime Prevention Steering Committee. The committee basically was formulated immediately after the State of the Nation address by the President Cyril Ramaphosa. If you will all remember, during the State of the Nation address, he indicated that there were plans by government to introduce a youth crime prevention strategy. So we are part of that committee, which has been in the process of the formulation of that strategy, as well as the implementation of programs associated and linked with the strategy. In actual fact, part of the youth crime prevention strategy and some of the actions coming from it, it's this very same dialogue where it says that it comes to a point where the South African police services need to be engaging directly with young people, but also where young people begin to be self-sufficient in terms of participating within crime prevention initiatives in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to call upon the National Youth Development Agency representative.
Good morning to the National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, and to the generals present and colleagues and the guests that are present here. As introduced, my name is Nuntsikelelo Makaula, and I'm from the National Youth Development Agency, an agency responsible for the coordination of youth issues across all sectors. We are, appointed, and we generate our mandate from the National Youth Policy, and we are a state agency, and we report to the Department of Women and Children and People with Disabilities. The formation of the National Youth Development Agency was mainly for us to coordinate and not implement youth development. In our coordination, just briefly, it's important to highlight some of the key areas that we mainly focus on. And maybe today you will be able to be, exposed to some of the things that we do as the day progresses. One of the key roles of the National Youth Development Agency, or what we are responsible for, is what we're doing today, which is social cohesion. We are mainly responsible for ensuring that young people converse and have platforms to have social dialogues and engage, and mostly intergenerational dialogues, National Commissioner, which is very important. Amongst other things is economic participation, it's skills development. In economic participation, mainly the famous program that we known for, National Commissioner, is the grant program. I think as we converse today, you will learn more about us and the great work that we're doing in government. Thank you very much.
Just a quick one. I forgot to mention, we are live streaming on YouTube as well as Zoom. So I would like to request that we try to be as audible as possible. I would also now like to call upon the President of the South African Youth Council to come up, please.
morning to everyone. All protocol is observed. I usually say that because I don't want to trample on people's toes if I mention this one instead of the other. And as a civilian, I don't want to do that and disrespect. And two, I wish to apologize respectfully, National Commissioner, for the manner in which I am wearing. In the program, it is written that we must wear formal. But as an activist, we're always ready for action. We're on the ground. Even after this, we are go on the ground. Also, we had to come and send this message that there is no excuse for gender-based violence. So that is why we're wearing like this as an activist. I'm from the South African Youth Council, an umbrella body of all youth organizations in the country, young people in arts, sports, business, politics. We represent young people in structures like NETLEC, structures like your National Skills Authority, South African National AIDS Council, African Peer Review Mechanism. We are the voice of the youth and speak on behalf of youth in those platforms. We have also been part of the Presidential Youth Working Group for about 10 years. Unfortunately, under this administration, it has not kick-started, but there is a process of establishing it. And as a civil society organization, ours is to lobby and advocate for interests of young people and make sure that what young people say and desire finds expression in government, one, policies, two, in programs. And we have contributed in a number and various policy instruments in the country for over the years, since our establishment in 1997. And we are recognized by government as that umbrella board of youth organizations in South Africa. So we are that point of contact. And I must say, National Commissioner, we're quite happy with your team. They are energetic, visionary, and I think this is the start of many things to come. But now there must be less dialogues, more action, more programs. We must speak less and be on the ground more, because young people won't be found in this boardroom. They are on the ground. We must talk to them. We must conscientize them. We must educate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon the Ambassador of Peace, Safety and Security to come up, please.
To the National Commissioner of the Police, General Stole, the DNC, Provincial Commissioners, all protocol observed. I am Tlantla Sizane, the Peace, Safety and Security Ambassador in the UN. We are solely responsible for maintenance and building peace, safety and security. The careful appointment of ambassadors was to make young people be active participants and part of key decisions revolving around peace, safety, and security in general. I thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I've noted with keen interest that the colleagues today are very busy writing and connecting. I would request just a round of applause for all the audience that we've mentioned. I know that the subject matter for the day is a very sensitive one. It's one of those areas when we have to have a dialogue. It gets personal. It gets emotional. It raises all sorts, General Mawel, of everything that we live with, because it goes down to the core. But I would also urge colleagues for us to can be open and be free. The purpose of the dialogue is to stimulate the debate. At national level, we would be stimulating debate on the interventions that have been made so far. the collaborations that have been made so far? What are the causes that we may not have reached out to? But equally so, creating a platform for the provinces to can embark on these programs of having youth crime prevention dialogues as a way of reaching out to young people across the country and across the world to say, how do we find ourselves in the space of crime prevention? How do we work with the police? How do we work with other law enforcement agencies? How do we work with other civil organizations in pursuit of creating a safer and a better country for ourselves and for those who live with us? I would urge colleagues also to be more relaxed, obviously in line with compliance to your COVID-19 protocols, so that we can have this dialogue. My colleague here has indicated that we are streaming live on Zoom, so I would urge members to also bear with us because we had some challenges initially, but we are getting there. You are all welcomed to this dialogue, and you are all participants in this context. The problems of gender-based violence are not necessarily problems of certain individuals. The problems of gender-based violence are not necessarily problems of young people. Unfortunately, young people would be at the receiving end because we are mostly the perpetrators and in most cases also the victims. And that is a threat towards the future of the country. But GBV remains a societal issue, one which we need to engage robustly on, one upon which we need to reflect upon the causes and how best we can deal with this one. We're reaching out today to all of you to can say, let's join hands together and see how best we can make possible a youth definition of role-playing in terms of the fight against GBV and crime generally. Without wasting time, we are now going to call upon the stage the National Commissioner of the Police in the country, General Sithole. I would request all members to stand up when the General ascends to the podium.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Let me start by thanking the program director for the opportunity, and at the same time also acknowledge the presence of the Deputy National Commissioners, the Divisional Commissioners, and as well as Provincial Commissioners, members and personnel of the South African Police Service, the members and representatives of the youth organizations in their respective portfolios, and then all our virtual viewers across the country for the 9 provinces. Morning, all distinguished guests, and especially the young people in our midst, and those on our various virtual platforms. It is my honor and privilege to address you today on behalf of the management of the South African Police Service, and to appreciate the fact that we have so many vibrant and dynamic young people and upcoming future leaders and managers in our beloved country. I am certain that all who are to be part of this youth crime prevention dialogue on gender-based violence and femicide today share my sentiments and agree that it is such a privilege to be associated with young people of your caliber and high standard. It would be correct for me to start with Jean Jacques Rousseau, man was born free, but is everywhere in chains. And again, Neil deGrasse Tyson, as we are all faced with this particular challenge, he says we are all connected biologically to each other biologically, to the world chemically, and to the universe automatically. I just want to set this as a prerequisite for this particular dialogue, that we share a common vision and a common approach. It is, however, unfortunate that the occurrence and societal problem of gender-based violence and femicide continues to be a profound and widespread problem in South Africa, impacting in almost every aspect of life. Women and children can be survivors of violence in their homes, at school, in the streets, in the community, or even in the presence of those who are meant to protect them. In addition to existing threats such as harmful traditional practices and discriminatory attitudes, vulnerable women and children are facing newer protection challenges, such as the impact of climate change and the ongoing effects of HIV/AIDS, which exacerbate their vulnerabilities and point to the need for more comprehensive, multifaceted prevention and response measures. Access to medical, psychological, rehabilitation, and legal support services remains low, compounding the suffering of survivors of violence and abuse, and perpetuating a culture of impunity which women and children are reluctant to report rights violations and perpetrators remain beyond the reach of the justice system. Distinguished guests, today's dialogue will therefore aim to not only enhance the SAP's response to address issues relating to the capacity of the SAPs to combat the scourge, but to mobilize all the young people in our country to stand up as a collective and blow the whistle on gender-based violence and femicide. This platform will therefore certainly have a very significant impact on your daily strive to eradicate these crimes and to empower our youth to represent a powerful resource for the organization and the country in enabling us to end this scourge and to become active members of society in accordance with the National Development Plan. I also just want to remind you that the National Development Plan is operationalized in the turnaround vision of the South African Police Service. And in the turnaround vision, it reflects as follows. Firstly, we have the basic policing model display. In the basic policing model display, we have the three-dimensional approach, which is strategic policing, and strategic policing require both integrated and multidisciplinary collaborated approach. And the second dimension is basic policing principles, and here we need a combat and a prevention response, and that's where we need to take the criminals perpetuating gender-based violence head on, and also take them through the criminal justice value chain. Then we've got the innovative policing model, where we then need to invest in innovation and creativity and also institutionalize it, not only within the organization but in the country as a whole. The dialogue is part and parcel of a theme, the theme of the turnaround vision, which is on a journey to a safer South Africa. So this journey starts today. In the value statement of the organization, you will also find excellence and innovation in crime prevention, which then talks to the institutionalization of innovation and creativity. In the slogan, this is where you would find patriotic education, where there's actually a need in the whole country that we should institutionalize patriotic education so that we jealously guard against our country. Because if we're not careful, I think domestic violence can destroy the country. In the deliverable approach or description, you will then find the modus operandi analysis center. We still have to establish exactly which is the modus operandi for domestic violence or gender-based violence. We are also still looking for a modus operandi counter strategy so that we stop the modus operandi before it generates more crimes and as well as more victims. This particular unpacking is linked to the strategic definition of crime prevention, outlining the 3 dimensions of crime prevention. The first one being the community crime prevention. The community crime prevention has been operationalized into the community policing strategy, which is part and parcel of the critical responses that need to form part and parcel of the multidisciplinary collaborated approach. The second dimension is situational crime prevention. Situational crime prevention deals with both national, provincial, and local crime prevention frameworks. And these need to be talking to the spatial framework and situation in the country. You will know there's environmental design factors, the socio-economic related factors, then and other related factors. The last dimension is developmental crime prevention. Developmental crime prevention talks to the prevention of women and children. In South Africa, this has been operationalized into the Youth Crime Prevention Framework, which has initiated this particular dialogue. Part and parcel of the enhanced response to this particular framework is for us to be able to operationalize the youth crime prevention further so that we translate it into a response. But then further to this, for your further information, is that the President has also intervened and designed the strategic plan on gender-based violence, which is then a policy strategic response from the highest level in the country. We then have a responsibility as young people to operationalize this particular strategic plan. This strategic plan is operationalized in the SAPS through the design of a departmental gender-based violence action plan, which I would like to encourage that it also need to be shared further as we enhance the response and also play at the center of the multidisciplinary collaborated response. In this particular response, there's a 3-tier that is responsive, that is objectives that also further need to be operationalized. The first one is the reactive response, where you would find the two prominent units, which is FCS and the cold case unit. And both of the two are providing the reactive response. We might just have to look at how do we enhance them further. The second response is a proactive response which follows the community-centered approach. It starts with the community policing strategy, but it follows with the integration and multidisciplinary collaborated approaches. The third one, which I also want to put it as a challenge to you, is a technological response to gender-based violence. I want to then relate upfront that gender-based criminal creativists has firstly occupied the online platforms, and they use them to perpetuate gender-based violence, and this includes human trafficking. The second one, I think you are young people, you know how active you are in technology. Amongst you, there's plus minus 45% who have relocated away from the spatial geographical framework into the online spatial framework. But the challenge for you is to establish the extent of the relocation, the service delivery access, the online service delivery access. How are they accessing service delivery at that particular level? But you also equally have to establish the online victim profile. I think the number of victims there are increasing day by day. And that is the challenge that you'll have to contend with. The one challenge is to convert this into a demographic dividend. This will only be possible if the number of working age individuals can be employed in productive activities. Yet socio, cultural, political, and economic norms continue to sideline young South Africans, treating political and economic participation as the prerogative of older people. Hence, a continued need for policies and implementation frameworks that pay deliberate attention to youth and concerns and youth-targeted interventions which are needed to enable young South Africans to actively participate and engage in the social, cultural, economic, and political life of the society. Many women and girl children continue to suffer on a daily basis, and there has been an exponential rise in cases of abuse and rape, despite government efforts to strengthen the criminal justice system and to provide better care for survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. According to the study by Amnesty International in the recent past, there is public outrage about institutional failures to deliver justice for gender-based violence and femicide victims. Young women are not immune to this pandemic. There are a number of cases that are before the courts of law affecting young women in general, including those that are in the institutions of learning. In most cases, perpetrators are known to the victims of gender-based violence and femicide. According to the recent crime statistics released by the Minister of Police, General Peggy Cele, sexual offenses and rape cases are on the rise, having recorded a never-seen-before double-digit increase. The above phenomenon calls for a collaborative effort through crime dialogues of this nature, which is inclusive of relevant key stakeholders to come together and engage towards finding a lasting solution to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Young people, both the victims and perpetrators of crime, The scourge of gender-based violence and femicide is disproportionately affecting young women. It has been dubbed a twin pandemic alongside COVID-19 and cannot be left to continue any longer in a democratic society. And this is important. The youth are a very important stakeholder in silencing the guns that are set to devour the youth, women, and children. You must therefore observe and treat today with the vital importance it deserves as a robust solution-based engagements are the key to get to the root of the problems that are deteriorating the moral fiber of our society. We do not want to be counting statistics because each digit represents a life lost or a future vandalized. We can ramp up police station, we can ramp up operations, we can have as many campaigns as possible, but the decisive action will come from the society and especially our future generations who declares war against any form of violence or abuse against our women and children. Young people who have their qualities and meet set requirements today find themselves in positions of responsibility. This is one way in which SAPS is demonstrating its adherence to the call by government to empower young people so that they are better positioned to lead and improve service delivery. As the SAPS, we are encouraged with the progress made in this regard, but a lot still needs to be done to afford the youth more opportunities to advance certain agendas which might change the crime scene in our country for the better. I think what I would then like to throw to you as I'm about now to conclude are the no man's land challenges which you might have to consider as you are progressing with your discussions. The first one, which are adding to the root cause, that is metrics of the country. One of them is the dropout rate, which is continuously feeding the runnership profile in the country. For as long as this feeder mechanism still takes place, I think we may not be able to stop young people from becoming victims. The number of single mothers below the age of 18, which is increasing unchallenged. The number of school-aged children, which is increasing in the streets. The continuous relocation of young people to the online spatial framework, which is not accounted for up to now. But we have thrown in the online policing strategy in order to provide a response to this, so which require operationalization. The victim profile of young people, for both gender-based violence as well as online victims. The last most critical challenge is that we are now sitting with injured human and spiritual values, which if they are not repaired, it will make the criminal justice system just another process, but not necessarily helping us to address the root cause of the problem. There's things that you may need to consider, which could be part and parcel of certain prerequisites for us to provide a response. One of them is the operationalization of international crime prevention priorities. I'm also equally glad because Mr. Sizani is here from the United Nations Organization. There's three most critical international crime prevention priorities. One of them is the creation of safer cities. The second one is the creation of safer streets. I think our streets, as far as gender-based violence, are not safe. Most of our women or young people in the street, they get, in one way or the other, abuse. The last one is the reclaiming of public spaces. I think in almost more than 60% of the public spaces, whether they tourist public spaces or any kind of public space, it's more dominated by drugs and criminals. I think our children are no longer able to play. The current situation requires stabilization. And in the turnaround vision, one of the key deliverables is the stabilization and normalization of crime. We might need a stabilization intervention from the side of the young people. And if you would be coming with any stabilization proposal, you have my support up front. We need a very high density-based approach to this particular sketch. We also then need an activation plan for gender-based violence. Whether by technology or by any means, I think we need to empower young people and women in the country so that we can provide a quicker response to gender-based violence. Remember, most of the gender-based violence is taking place within the houses. And sometimes it's also taking place between two people who are related. But I think we need to have an activation plan that can help us to respond. What scares criminals is a quick reaction time. Then we need a normalization intervention. This particular situation, it's not normal. And if you look into the buzzword of the South African vision to create a better life for all, it is not going any closer to a better life for all like this until it is normalized. We then need to repair the already injured human and spiritual values. And I'm sure any of the interventions that are in place now, they are not necessarily directed at repairing these values. I always make an example with the 14-year girl who went to church in Mamelodi and then walked into the church smoking nyaube. And the pastor said, "No, you can't smoke this thing of yours in my church." And the girl turned around and walked towards the door. The pastor started, thinking, and his guilty conscience was telling him, "But what am I doing? What's going to happen to this girl?" He followed the girl. Just outside the door, the girl stopped and said to the pastor, "Hi, Pastor, I wanted to come to your church and repent. But without smoking nyaube, I hear nothing. So, leave me to go." The pastor said, "No, let me then compromise. I think you can come in and smoke." So the girl came in, smoked, listened to the pastor, and she repented. That's how far our human and spiritual values has been injured, and they need to be repaired. Then we need a nerve center. I would like to put this as a challenge. There's provision for a nerve center in the turnaround vision, but we might need a nerve center for young people where we have better coordination. I heard NYDA said their role is that of coordination, which I support, but we might then require to translate it into a nerve center so that it can then link to the bigger nerve center. I would then like to close by giving you 3 of the 12 nerves in the school of thought, 4 of the 12 things to remember in life, and the 7 logics. The 12 nerves goes as follows. As you proceed with your session, never tame down your curiosity. Never fear to embrace changes, because there could be a lot of change anticipated here. But then as you progress, never be too harsh on yourself. You are not the cause. And never underestimate quality me time. Please talk to yourselves. On the 12 things to remember, firstly, the past cannot be changed. Secondly, opinions don't define reality. Thirdly, overthinking leads to sadness. And the last one, what goes around comes around. And that is GPV. I would like to close with the 7 logics. Make peace with the past so as it doesn't spoil your present. What others think of you is none of your business. Time heals almost everything. Let us give the time some time, not as various pain caused by DVD. No one is the reason for your happiness except you yourself. Do not compare yourself with others. You have no idea what their journey is all about. Stop thinking too much. It's all right not to have all the answers. And smile. You do not own all the problems in the world. Wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, General. We must smile. We don't own all the problems. Colleagues, I think, let's appreciate the input from the management. Truth of the matter is that an overwhelming task lies before us. The General spoke some very challenging matters for young people. We're still here, General, we're still trying to understand some of the wisdom that you've given to us today. We're also trying to come to terms with the challenges that you have placed before us as young people in the country. President, the challenge that has been placed before us as young people, from the input, it becomes clear that there are certain areas that we also need to reflect on. The General, when he speaks about your root cause matrix. I'm not sure if we can all follow that. It may be high police or operational language. But your root cause matrix, I think we also need to reflect what are the causes, the societal causes of your GBV. Because if we do not necessarily diagnose the problem, we may find ourselves responding through wrong solutions to the problems. And the platform created here today by the executive management of the SAPS to can have audience with young people, we appreciate it. The manner in which, General, you outline it, you can say, the profile on your young mothers who are below the age of 18 is a worrisome factor. it cannot be correct that you are still in the process of being parented as a young person and you assume the roles and responsibilities of parenting, because you are still going through your own developmental processes. It cannot also be correct to can say, when you look at the number of your dropouts from your schools, from your universities, it's alarming. When you get the statistics, you can say within your COVID-19 context, we have more than 500,000 young learners who've dropped out of school for various reasons. It means we are saying, in essence, that we have a lot of young people who are missing out on their developmental stages. Because part and parcel of learning is to also enhance development of young people. General, you speak to the issue to say we are an injured society. When we speak in our corridors, the bond freeze and stuff, we relate loosely to these terms without necessarily understanding how profound they are. To can say my life and my rules. I do as I please, as and when it pleases me, because after all, it's my life. But when you put it in this context, you can say, how far does it take us as young people to live life in our own lives, in terms of our own rules? Then you become shocked. Because some of us, we are still being parented. We are also parents. We must focus on our academics. We must focus on issues of development as young people. We must go and hustle and get a job to can earn money for us to can be able to can provide for our young ones. Pressure is all out there. And where do we find ourselves in the space? Most probably we need to look in terms of the integrated youth crime prevention strategy. That is the strategy that was promulgated and signed off by the National Commissioner last year in December. That intends to can create a buffer where all youth crime prevention initiatives can be basketed in for us to can see how we can achieve the ideal general of a multidisciplinary and collaborations in this context. Because it is through this strategy that we could reach out to the stakeholders and say how best we can help each other to can define the role of young people in the fight against crime, and in this context in the fight against the GPV. The issue around the spiritual wellness of young people. Young people, we are not spiritually well. As young people, we are not mentally well. As young people, we are going through a lot. We normally say in our own spaces and corridors, we don't deserve this. We don't deserve this. But the truth of the matter is that we are going through a lot. The change also, when the space of technology was availed to us, your social media platforms, we took it to it like fire in the felt, but maybe also it was not well governed in terms of how we use that space. At the end of the day, the very same space that we like and we occupy most of the time for our own reasons is being utilized to can advocate for certain paradigm shifts that we are not necessarily benefiting from them. I think the challenge in essence is how do we put a young person out of reach for offenders? How do we maintain that we preserve this young person to can undergo the developmental stages and become a responsible adult without being trapped within the hands of the wrong formations? The issue around the role of the church. We go to church for different reasons. Am I right? Okay, you may not be going to church because of the issue around the lockdown, which may be a benefit for others. But we go to church most of the time because we want to belong. We want to have our spiritual healing. We want to have counseling. We want to see how best we can also look into the spiritual value chains. opening up this one to can say, colleagues, spiritually, as young people, are we okay? Spiritually, as young people, are we okay? Yeah? We are not. Spiritually, we are not okay. On a Sunday like this one. Why are we not okay? Because we have churches in the country. The churches may not be fully functional and operational, but time and again we can go and see the pastors, we can go and see the deacons, we can go and see the elders. And speak to these elders. Why are we not spiritually okay as young people? I know in our midst you've got abafundis. You're welcome, my brother. Opudineo, or Pastor Manzin, the one who connected us with the divine intervention in the morning. Why are we not okay spiritually? What role can the church play to can have young people? Panelists, we are also now engaging the church in terms of the spiritual well-being of young people. Because if spiritually you are not well, everything that you bring to us will not be well received. Because in essence, the essence of the young person is disturbed. I mean, churches, we cannot only relate to them when we speak about Indaba Yomnigelo. We cannot only be compliant in the church books because we want to be buried with dignity. We cannot want to be compliant in church matters because we want our kids to be well baptized and confirmed. We cannot only become people who speak to the churches because we want a certain decorum to be fulfilled. But we are saying, we're reaching out. We are not well as young people in the country. As society, we are spiritually injured. We're reaching out to can say the church community. What role can we have that will say, young people, let's look into the issues of your counseling. Young people, let's look into the issues of a certain value chain system. The changing of the curriculum might also speak to what we are. Your biblical studies general that you attended, DNC Vuma, they are no longer there. We've got life orientation, which may not necessarily speak to the spiritual values that we want to inculcate in our young people. Because, I mean, from a Christian perspective, we are being brought up and you are taught that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. If you are afraid of God, then you become to be wise. And your conscience starts to speak to you. In everything that you do, you also want to check, will God be happy with what I am doing? If that is not the case, then your conscience will speak to you. But I'm saying, we've got here in our midst, General Mawela, the Junior Commissioner for Gauteng, who is also a participant in terms of the program initiated by the executive management under the auspices of General Sithole on your junior leadership. You can say, let's have junior managers and junior members that are being, mentored by senior personnel in the SAPS in terms of their well-being as a way of mentorship and coaching and developing, but also to can give impetus to the issue to can say young people must not be left unattended in terms of developmental matters. I'm opening this one up, colleagues, to can say briefly on the issues of spiritual well-being of young people. What is it that we can do in that context? Because some of these people that we have in our jails, it's because of a certain spiritual disorder during their upbringing that might have led to them committing these atrocities. But equally so, the victims in this context are also in need of spiritual counseling and spiritual well-being. But the overriding factor is that we speak and advocate for prevention. How can we deal with the issues of spiritual well-being for young people as a way of preventing or as a tool against the GBV? In another language, but I call it. Iyakhala Masosh? Iyakhala Masosh? Oh, I call it. Mfundisi Mathibedi asambe sizwe phela mfowethu. Can we have the roaming mic? And who is our compliance officer in that context? We don't want this event to be categorized as a super spreader, whilst we are with the people who are tasked with enforcing the law against your COVID-19. Colleagues, can we have a debate on this one? I know it's Sunday, but I would not prefer us to have a church set up. Can we engage on this one to can say the role of the church in line with spiritual well-being of young people within your GBV context, within your COVID-19 context? Because there are many battles that we are fighting as young people. All let it go. President. Yes.
Okay, no, I think my contribution on this matter, I see that you are saying those who may not be in church need to approach the churches. But if it is decipher the National Commissioner's example he made, this person says, I can be able to receive the message after I smoke. In most instances, churches, they tend to be judgmental, condemn us, and not be receptive to us. They expect us to be healed or to be perfect even before we enter the door. So there may be a need even from the church, a change of message. Accept even those that you consider to be bad, criminals. Those that society has given up on, accept them through a message. So I'm saying that the church also needs to change its own message and not condemn and judgmental, but accept even those who are bad and give them hope that they can change. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, President. They have been reminded, you can say, those who are making an input, you are requested to be here so that the camera can see you. South Africa and the world are listening to you as we speak. Mafundis, but you call. Yes. Can you hear?
Thank you.
Sorry? Begin to the data so that you can share also with the world.
Thank you, Program Director. I'd like to greet the National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, and all the commissioners in our presence, and all our distinguished guests and all protocol observed this morning. On the issue of integrating more spiritual intervention to address GBV or the prevention of it, therefore, maybe we also need to go back to basics. There's a term that we usually use that says charity begins at home. Most of the time, as well as you have already mentioned, Program Director, that even what the previous speaker said, that the churches, they become most of the time very judgmental. Maybe we did not look at the bigger scale as a church, but we start all of this at home in the house. Because a lot of times as well, we tend to take, or we tend to change the bigger scale of dealing with things in a homely setup, and we also run to churches to say, let us have umfundisi, let us help the elders that will help us deal with our homes. But the most important thing that I would like to put across, or to just put a thought-provoking thing this morning, it says, let us as well start this process, this developmental process that we want to deal with, more especially spirituality in dealing and in healing ourselves and helping the young people to be the people that they want to see themselves going forward to. Let us transform our homes, that the church starts at home. That will be my statement. Thank you.
You're welcome. From a Christian, yes, sir. You can come to the phone. My mic, yes, thank you.
Greetings to the House Flash and Program Director. I am Knowledge Mkuleni, a member of the Junior Management Corps. It all starts with moral fiber. How do we build and how do we enhance moral fiber? We can't let the duty of dealing with moral fiber to the churches alone. How do we enhance organizations that will, because if we're going to leave it to the churches alone, our courts are sitting in places that we have the pastors themselves as perpetrators. And then, how do we leave it to the churches alone? That's question number one. I am glad we've got our Youth Development Agency here, whom are working closely with the Department of Women. They need to be to advocate for enhancement of organizations that will deal with the moral fiber. As a society, the general indicated that we are injured. Looking at the numbers, statistics of dropouts, be in schools, be in universities, it indicates that there are some stages in development that are skipped. And then those stages that are skipped were the ones which are supposed to deal with the moral fiber. Then I'm lobbying you, my sister, to go advocate in that Department of Women for the increment of organizations or agencies that are going to deal with the moral fiber. Thank you.
The question of integration again. Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think one important thing that we really need to drill down to is the quality of national traits of social cohesion, which is expressed in all our documents, all our engagements, drill down to that. The overarching principle of Christianity in general needs mentality, because that people should respect each other, live peacefully amongst each other, have values that promote that way of being a Christian. And I agree with my brother and sister that said that some of the perpetrators are the pastors themselves who are killed. Then how do we do them as organizations? We instill nation building. National Commissioner has spoken about issues, the underlying issues that are there in society that we need to confront. And in addressing the issue of building our nation, we first have to build the character of the person. Building a character means that now we do away with the past cultural issues that would say that a woman has a certain role. Doing away with gender roles. Now, how do you do that? You teach your child from a young age, speak to what the gentleman is talking about. How, that a woman is not, should not, does not have a role. We are all equal. Now, just quickly getting to my point. The issue of service, which is the national youth service, why is it important, as also promoted by the President himself when we launched it? Is for us to firstly integrate the people, the offenders that we speak about in the community so that they can be accepted. Is to also give the people themselves in communities an opportunity and a platform for them to be able to participate in activities within their community so that the community can be able to be integrated. It all starts with the community.
Okay.
Now, you touch on the issue of moral violence. You touch on the issue of churches. You touch on the issue of poverty. As young people, Silimele. Now, Silimele psychologically. Now, when the president was addressing the issue, he made mention of the fact that young people must be empowered and supported to be self-sufficient. Now, when you are in that, it becomes difficult to be self-sufficient because there are underlying issues that need to be dealt with. Now, immediately you touch on any issue which touches on the mind. I would want to speak briefly on the issue of consequence management from a perpetrator perspective. The lack of consequence management within society for perpetrators of gender-based violence, before you get to the issue of the legal aspect of it. But we are currently speaking to the issue of legal. Now when you're talking of perpetrators, obviously there is legal consequences, but then there must also be societal consequences before you even get to the issue of legality. Because if the person continues to be accepted within the society, if the person continues to live a normal life and we as society do not get to a point where we make the person understand that their actions are unacceptable, that there is some form of consequence management, before you even get to the issue of the finalization of the legal case, then even for others, especially young people, they look at such a thing and they say, I know, there's no consequence management here. Things are normal, things are fine. And they seem to believe that such an action is then acceptable. Now the other thing that we must speak to when we speak to the mind, Program Director, we must take it back to a point of currently with the pandemic itself, the primary pandemic, COVID-19. Psychologically, as society, we are not okay. There is unemployment, there are different facets of life which have now changed. Now, when we look at something like that, you must ask yourself, from a mind perspective, do we have a clinical response? Do we have a psychological response? In terms of the Department of Social Development, do they have a program to say that, whether it's called a call-in line or whatever, but are you okay mentally at this particular point? Now, that is only speaking to the primary pandemic. When it comes to also gender-based violence, is there such a space where we create a space, we communicate such a space to society at large to say that this is a platform that you can speak to? Because whilst there are those who can afford to go to therapy and deal with some of these issues, it's not everybody who can necessarily afford it. So how do we create such a platform where young people are able to access such so that they are actually in a mental position to actually be empowered and self-sufficient in terms of all matters related to gender-based violence? Just that.
Thanks a lot. Colleagues, I would request also that because we are streaming live, when you speak, the audio, ngicela le energy nje bathina basha nje ayibe khona mfundisi.
Program Director, thank you. National Commissioner, National Commissioner, leaders of the various structures, the provincial commissioners, and all the leaders, all protocols observed. I think the mistake that we must not make is to view a church as an organization that is in isolation. And we need to understand the important factor that there is a principle generally amongst our people. The principle of blood is thicker than water is taken over to the extent that even in our own homes, we protect wrongdoers, we become observers of wrongful things to a point where the society generally has adopted an I don't care attitude, where we say, I will mind my own business for as long as myself and my family are safe, then the other people do not matter. And I think this is informed by a simple principle that we've witnessed this
where a lot of families, for as long as I stay in a secured security estate, my family is safe and I'm happy where we are. I don't give a damn about what happens to other people generally and everything else. And what we need to understand is the church cannot be viewed in isolation, one. Now the challenge I would like to pose to adults and each and every one, our government itself, its structures and everything else. Whenever there is a new administration in charge of our country, laws change. And each and every time the government changes the laws, most of the time when it gets rid of certain measures, it doesn't provide substitutes to those measures. Now, if you look back prior to 1994, and to those of us who have been through the education system that is termed the Bantu education system, if you look at the character of those people who have been whipped by teachers, there are those of us who have been whipped by teachers who were subjected to corporal punishment. And those who were in the school system post-1994, you know, where the government took a very serious stance against a lot of issues. Robert So introduced different laws to say, no, children cannot be abused, this cannot be done, and each and everything else. I think for now, the general observation and the agreement can be that those who went to school and were whipped, as we speak today, are good standing members of the society. And I am saying and urging state institutions, whenever there is a change of power, stop introducing new laws that do not provide us with solutions. Because now you are overburdening the system to a point where teachers have just turned into nobodies. You get into our schools, there is this lack of respect across the board. And you do not then necessarily understand to say, but where is our society going? Primarily because the hands of the teachers are tied. They do not know what to do because the government did not provide the necessary solutions. Now, another issue program director is to say our government is so obsessed with economic growth to a point where a lot of the policies that are introduced are aimed at empowering people economically and yet ignoring other important factors. We need to be clear. Our taverns and pubs are blossoming. They are blossoming. Business is so good. Look at the numbers of attendance, people in attendance at different functions at pubs and taverns. The numbers are so high. Now, I want to be very clear in saying, I concur with the speaker who said, charity begins at home. It starts at home and it becomes an issue of the society at large. And until such time that as South Africans we stop this thing of saying, this is not our issue, this is a problem of the police and it has got nothing to do with me. For as long as it is not happening in my yard, I don't care. Then we are going to have a very serious problem. Parents need to take a stance to say, there was a time when each and every child knew that for as long as someone is older than you, that person assumes the responsibility of being your parent. But it is no longer the case. So I am trying to say this, program director, in a sense that let us not view the church in isolation. Primarily because each and every time the state introduces policies, there has never been policies that are intended at supporting the church or empowering the church. But the bottom line of the situation is all our policies are intended at capacitating people economically. We are so obsessed with economic growth, we even forget the basic issues. So I'm trying to say this to say, maybe it is time that the message that is spread across the country is a message to parents to say, let us set a good example. Most of the things that are happening are not informed by what, someone just woke up and decided to do that particular thing. They are informed by the fact that a lot of these people learn by means of observation. If I'm a parent and there are those of us who have witnessed our mothers being abused at the hands of our fathers. And that is the immediate education that we are subjected to. And that is why I'm saying
If we say to the society, let us be obsessed with setting a good example, then we are talking a totally different story. I discipline my child at home. We get into the car, we say, let us go to church. On our way to church, we pass a famous pub. You know, very young girls with their mini skirts are getting out of the pub that has operated beyond the time permitted by the license conditions of the establishment. And you know, when my child sees these young girls, what does that teach him or her? So I'm just trying to say this informed by an issue to say, it is not only a problem of the police. The police are trying their level best. But for as long as we as a society do not set the correct example, because talk about the church being judgmental, you are correct. A church is supposed to be a place that is turned into a laboratory of love. But it becomes so difficult. It becomes so difficult if parents are not doing their job, the society is not doing its job. Program director, churches have turned into formal institutions where it is just a question of routine. A child is born, the child must be baptized. The child will be away from church by the time the child reaches a reasonable age in order to go through the process of confirmation. It is when now parents will come and say, hey, do this. By the way, the child must undergo classes. The child then becomes a stranger. And you speak to the parents, they'll say, we say university and all these things. But it has become a formal institution. Some of our churches have even become economic hubs.
Yes.
Primarily because we make a lot of money
Yes.
out of these churches. And these are issues that are being ignored by our government. They are not being confronted. So I am saying, if we say all hands on the deck, we need to set a proper example. And I hope our government leaders are listening to this.
From your Christian perspective, it says your body is the temple of the church, is the house of the church. So what you do in the house of the church can never be something that will embarrass you if it was to be done in front of other people. But also, I think from the speakers, there's an issue to say, let us also reflect on the parenting skills. Like we said earlier on, to can say the number, the profile of your mothers below the age of 18, it's very worrisome. And most of the time, those who grow to become single parents, the parenting that we are giving to our kids, vis-a-vis the parenting that we got from our parents, also plays a role in terms of shaping and molding our, world view. They say that there are 3 forms of education or of learning. It's your formal one, and it's your informal one. And you've got your non-formal one. So the non-formal part of education, I think that is where we also need to be reflecting. A young boy said to his dad, you must be careful what you do because I'm walking in your footsteps. You must just be careful what you do because I am walking in your footsteps. We're still together, colleagues. The number around, the issue on how did we come to normalize and accept this trend of violence and abuse? How did we come to normalize? How did we come to live with a situation where we say, hey, but after all, he's a provider. If I can report this thing, this matter will go out of hand and then we'll be having a problem. How did we get to that level? Young people who have been always radical and very vocal about developmental issues and transformational issues, how did we allow space for us to can say we can't be talking about these issues because if we talk about them, we might be losing out in terms of a financial benefit. Because most of the time, I'm not saying all the time, but most of the time, this violence is informed by a misinformed perspective and concept that because I provide for you, it means I'm in charge in terms of your life. And once you want to change the rules of engagement, it becomes a problem. How did we allow that? What made us young people to become vulnerable? What made us to be vulnerable? Is it because of our economic position as young people? Is it because of our level of education or the quality of education that we're getting? Is it because we want to be societally correct and conforming to the trends internationally? What made us young people to become this vulnerable? We are the largest sector in society, yet we remain again the largest aggrieved sector in society. Everything that we speak about is in line with youth development, but these young people, we are very vulnerable. Why are we vulnerable? As young people, why are we vulnerable? More so, you can say, people can take advantage of us. I mean, the issue of having crime is a problem on itself. When the crime becomes violent, it's even more problems. But what made us vulnerable? Are we occupying the online space correctly? Yeah? Are we occupying our rightful position as young people? The largest sector of community remains aggrieved. The largest sector of community remains vulnerable. It's a worrisome factor. I've been requested that people who make an input partly more podium because this mic is the one that is queued to our external reach out. General Vu, Mama, I'll go cool that. I won't do it to speak again. Why are we young people vulnerable? I want to help us in this one. Is it because we don't have money? And we succumb to the blesser and the blessee? We started liking sugar and we became sugar-coated people. Who are no sugar mama, who are no sugar daddy. Daddy, why? Why are we so vulnerable as young people? Is it because we are not passing at school, we become disparate? And we want some favors. People take it. Why are we vulnerable as young people? The most fragile people in society are the most vulnerable ones. What is it that we are doing as young people to claim our space correctly and retain our rightful position in society? Because if young leaders of society are vulnerable, President, it means we do not have future leaders. Ambassador, if we as South Africa remains a vulnerable sector, it means internationally we are not claiming our space. We would never advocate to become an international role player in terms of safety and security and youth development, simply because we are vulnerable. You know, hey man, what is telling a man? Who rough like I? Why? I think we also trying to bridge the gap in this context. Yes, the issues around GPV, we're also trying to reach out to say, let's bridge the gap. Young people, let's engage amongst each other, and let's engage with the executive management and other stakeholders on how best we can improve our position and our social position. Why are we young people vulnerable? What would be the causes? Maybe if we can look at the causes, we might be able to look in terms of how best we can respond to that. Why are young people vulnerable?
No, Chair, for purposes of being audible, I think when you look at young people in general, there's a disconnect. In terms of the creation process, there's thought, there's word, and then there's deed. Then there's action. Now, young people will be the most vocal about particular issues pertaining to the country, but as it's the registration weekend, when you look at the voters' roll and how many people are voting, you'll realize that young people, there's a minority of them who are actually voting, but their thoughts and their words are very vocal, but when it comes to the acts of what you now need to do, they are no longer found there. It's not sufficient to be vocally correct. What you have to say is right. Beyond what you have now said, there must now be action. Now, I'll give you an example in terms of a context within the South African Police Service. There's management at a national level, there's management at a provincial level, but when it comes to actual policing outside of the strategies, you need a police station which then does the actual work. You then get to a point where you are speaking to the relevant sectors within our communities. Now, any program which can be, or policy which can be developed at this level, at the end of the day, the implementation gets down to a sector and a subsector. Now, as the National Youth Crime Prevention Steering Committee, we will obviously develop programs, but the implementers of those programs then become your youth crime prevention desks at a station level, at a district level, and the coordinating committees at a provincial level. Now, I can stand here and I can tell you what needs to be done and I can tell you how it's going to be done, but unless we have young people at a station level coming from the different subsectors, coming from the different streets, then we have a problem. The communication of the message against gender-based violence, it cannot be a message which is only communicated at this level, but it needs to be a message which is communicated street to street, person to person. As you are sitting down, what are you communicating? What are you saying when you are speaking to such issues? That is where the conversation must be had. It can't be an academic conversation. It's important for you to understand the root cause matrix of it, but then when it comes to the solutions and how they need to be implemented, then you need to get to that point. So why are we vulnerable? We think we know what to do. We say what needs to happen, but we are without action currently as young people. It's really that simple. We can't be such a large sector and yet also be the ones who are crying day in and day out. Because if you are such large numbers, it means that you have power to influence and you have power to change. When you look back at the generation that came before us of young people, you'll realize that when they had issues against the apartheid system, they not only spoke about acting against it, but they also acted. And which is why we find ourselves where we are today. I think that's the disconnect.
President. Yes. Yes, President.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think you hit the nail. You are correct when you said that there's an issue of socio-economic status of young people. If you check the report of Stats SA, women in South Africa, about 43% of them, they are below men who are standing at 6% as things stand. But it's good now that currently here in the SAPS National Commissioner, we see a quite spread of women and men in terms of senior positions. Now, if you go down in your township, rural communities, majority of people who are living in poverty are women. 2, we had made a submission at NEDLEC when the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence was presented, that it promotes what we called classism. Classism in the sense that our responses, they seem to respond to a certain class of women. Even among women, there is discrimination. For example, I'm a young boy from Zwede community in Port Elizabeth, National Commissioner. There in PE, you can go now, or you can go here in my melody. When I buy you a carry pack of Savannah at night at the pub, there is not even a need for me to talk to you for consent. It is automatic that me and you must go to my place. And it seems there is an acceptance of that from young women in townships. So they know that even if Tembingosi has not negotiated with me for whatever reason, therefore after he had bought me a carry pack of Savannah, and a mitanyana, therefore tomorrow we can go. Next week I go to the same tavern, I meet another one. Even if this one sees me, he starts to be jealous, I will start to be violent, because now I'm not dealing with you today, but I'm dealing with this one. And now it happens. Now, if you then don't agree to live with me, I will start being violent towards you. These are the realities that we deal with. But in these strategic plans we have, we don't deal with that sector of women and try to conscientize and educate them about their own rights. We tend to focus on the class of what I would call the enlightened, the lack of us who have gone to university, have deep understanding of our own rights. We don't go to rural areas where these things are rampant, where it is expected that as a woman you must even kneel when Josopo comes. I'm not saying that we're interfering in culture, but some of the cultural practices, they tend to also entrench gender-based violence. And we don't want to talk about those things. And we are saying that these NSPs we were talking about, they are promoting classism, and they don't talk to the grassroots and what is happening there. The second point, Program Director, is that we seem to also, at SANAC, we have developed, even the UN, my brother, it's good that we are here. We have criticized also the UN agencies. Most responses, they have got a program about adolescent girls and young women. We have said, you must involve young boys, because these young boys must be taught at a young age, because most interventions are focusing on young girls and women from the UN. Now, I was saying, if now these boys, you don't mentor them at a young age, you don't teach them, as I said, at a young age, what is right or wrong, try to make them good beings, they are not going to, when they grow up, they will also include boys in our program. That's why even this program that is being done with Calling Black Label, the No Excuse, it's a program of men, saying that as men, we must be able to talk amongst ourselves, reprimand each other, rebuke each other in terms of gender-based violence. But the last point that I want to make, it's on also let's not talk as if there is gloom and doom that young people are not doing anything. You can check now from the area I come from, in Zwide, Ward 25 in particular. Young people have grouped themselves, young men in particular, they are patrolling the area. 2, in the street where I stay in, there were 2 guys who were selling drugs. When last week I went home, they went those houses and they've told those guys that if they don't stop, and they've reported to the police and there were issues, if they don't stop, they will not come back. If they don't want to stop, they must leave the area. Because the area, 1, has been declared a drug-free area. 2, it has been declared now a gender-based violence-free area. It's young men. So it's not all gloom and doom. And it's happening, I'm sure the station commander of KwaZakhele police station can brief you about what those good young men are doing, and they are not expecting any remuneration. In fact, the little thing that they want, which we have supported them with, just 1 reflectors, when at night we are patrolling, we can just be identifiable. Sadly, everything we throw at this government that, where is the private sector? What are they doing? For example, these young men want reflectors. The private sector must come on board because they are running businesses in our communities. They are receiving some income from our communities. What is it that they are contributing to our own communities? Because the safety of our communities is also beneficial to them. So I'm saying that in our responsibility, I agree that it must be multi-pronged. Government, civil society, and business. So we must be saying government, also business, because business, there is a role that it can play. Lastly, my brother, the president pronounced a budget of 1.6 billion on GPV. I can tell you can do a sample study at the grassroots level and ask, where did this budget go to? What did it do? It goes back to Umakebo, what he raised, that we tailor programs at a high level, but when it comes to ground and implementation, we don't see where these things we're talking about at the ground level. Probably, moving forward, Vusi and ourselves, we need to tailor our responses to the grassroots. We must be on the grassroots. What we talk about here, let's make sure it happens on the ground. Thank you very much.
The president has spoken. Ne? The president has spoken. to can say at some point we need to go down. But we also welcome the initiative to have the provincial commissioners here having the first-hand information in this context, because the going down now would be at this level, the provincial level, to can see how best now we can find each other with the stakeholders also and youth formations in that context, moving down. Also ensuring that all these government initiatives, the good ones, they find expression where they are most needed. Because it cannot also be correct that we acknowledge the initiatives as young people and then we are not benefiting from them. If there's a budget that is this huge that is being made available for our empowerment as young people within the sector of your GPV, then we must be empowered indeed. It cannot be an issue to say as young people we need to also be still struggling around the issues of how do we get our empowerment. President, I also like the issue to say it becomes a whole. The training is not there. The training requirement once identified, then it's a question of to say who's feeding the bill of training them. But I'm saying as young people, let us also reach out in terms of ensuring that we exploit these platforms that are created for our benefit so that we can deal a bit away from these issues of being vulnerable. Till, do you agree? Okay. You don't have anything to say?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Matilda Mbuyani. I am the Gender-Based Violence Ambassador for the Junior Management Corps in the SAPS. I'm not sure if we all know what the Junior Management Corps is, but I'd like to just briefly explain that we are a set of young people in the organization, ranked from captain lower. I think our duty is to bridge the communication gap between management, senior managers, middle managers, and ourselves as junior management. And one of our pillars is the transformation pillar, which deals with transforming the organization through discussions relating to issues such as those that we're speaking about today, which is gender equity policy development, which plays a role in the fight against gender-based violence, both internally and externally. Our slogan is producing patriotic and selfless leaders. As you have seen with our surgeon who assisted us with the patriotic education, Sergeant Matibedi. I'd like to say, Chairperson, with the issue on why are we sitting where we are in terms of gender-based violence with regards to the young people and what is happening in the world today, I'd like to agree with our leaders now, but I'd also like to highlight the fact that poverty also leads us to having young women being violated, especially in the poverty-stricken areas like your rural areas. We went recently to Lusikisiki where we realized that young people are being victimized by the people that they are living close with. Mostly it would be someone that you would know, your uncle or whoever, taking advantage of a young woman or a young girl going to school because they are taking care of you. They are buying you food, they are buying you clothes, they are giving you everything that you need as a child, and in return you have to give them something. And unfortunately, the something would then have to be you giving your body to them. And this is something that is not spoken about because mostly in our culture, in our black cultures, I would say, it firstly doesn't only happen in the rural areas, it also happens in our modernized communities. It's just that it is not spoken about. We have our uncles, we have, I don't know how to say it in English, but it's like your father's friends that normally come over to visit your father or whatever, and they would take advantage of a little girl seeing you maybe comfortable in your own space, and they would want to use that as an opportunity to buy you sweets or to buy you something nice that they would know that it will lure you to them. And I think it's about time that we speak about that and denounce the cultures of saying, as a black community, it's okay for an uncle to say to a child, you look nice today, or I can touch you whichever way I want because I am buying you bread. And then the young girl feels obliged to submit to what the uncle is saying because they feel that they have to have their next meal. They have to be paid school fees or such things. So it's some things that we also need to speak about. And Chair, I wanted to speak when we were speaking about the issue on spirituality, that it was in the news, I think a couple of years ago, where I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say but I'm not going to say the name of the church, where it was all over, where it was saying that the young people have stood ground against the pastors in the church because they are being used as sexual objects, and it's quiet in the church because we're not supposed to speak about it. And yet you're supposed to come to church and listen to this pastor who's standing in front of you, yet at the same time this pastor is wanting sexual favors from you. And we keep quiet. We speak about it in our churches, we speak about it in our communities, but then nothing is being done about it. I think as junior managers in the organization, working together in a multidimensional approach with the Women's Network and Men for Change and the Youth Crime Prevention National Commissioner, we want to fight against that. We want to bring about change into saying that young people can come out and talk, and not only saying that, okay, we are coming out, we're talking, but then nothing is being done. We want to come with ways in which something can be done with what is being said. I think this platform where we are now, where we organize this dialogue, is for us to hear what are the young people complaining about so that we can have a multidimensional plan that we can work in, and we can assist in fighting the scourge of gender-based violence. And I think this is a good step, Chairperson, that we have taken. And from now on, since we are going to be rolling out the dialogues to the provinces, we're not only going to be going, as you were saying, sir, that it's enough with the dialogues. We need to have the plans on the ground, and we need to have our members on the ground working. National Commissioner, the junior members are ready and willing to start working on these cases. We have proposals in place to assist with fighting this scourge, and we are hoping that, actually let me not say we are hoping, we see with the presence of the senior managers in this dialogue that we have their full support. And I would like to say we are here, we are young and energetic, we are ready to rock and roll as young people and fight the scourge against gender-based violence and crime at large. Thank you.
Thanks, Tilly. Colleagues, also checking with some of the comments that have been made on our Facebook. We really appreciate the input. Maybe also for the panelists who can reflect later on, the issue around the forensic backlogs to be noted by management so that the general at a later stage can also reflect on that, and the issue around the new recruits. When yeah, when do we get into the service now and see ourselves in this uniform that we so dearly love, and ensure that at the end of the day we are also part and parcel of the community in blue and the men and women in blue. Matsatsiban, you're on board, my brother.
I like this podium very much because it's one of the few in the world that I get to stand behind and people can see my face. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. General Sithole, your panel. My name is Matsetse Vale Wagatliane, and most call me Tsetse. I come from an organization called Agape Youth Movement. I worked with the South African Police Service very closely while I was still part of the German Development Corporation, working on the Junior Commissioner program a few years back. And now I'm at Agape Youth Movement. I work closely with the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, more especially on the topic of prevention of gender-based violence. I stand before you today as a leader also of the Pillar 2 of the National Strategic Plan Collaborative that General spoke about. I get frustrated sometimes when we tend to have conversations as if we don't have structures in place to support or to implement the things that we want to talk about. Let me touch a little bit on the issue of churches, and I would like to maybe correct this. In South Africa, we can't speak only of churches, we need to speak of faith-based organizations because of the nature of our country. And I believe that as my colleague has spoke about young people, previously young people, when they identified with the struggle, they took up arms and they fought. GBV is affecting greatly we as young people. GBVF is perpetrated mostly by we as young people. And on that basis, it is our issue, and I highly appreciate this platform today to have a conversation. I went and looked at the objectives of today's conversation, and it speaks about assisting the South African police service to respond. And I want to bring something there and say, if we are young people, the people whom are going to lead this country tomorrow, response can never be something that we as young people speak about. If there's one thing that we as young people need to speak about, is prevention. Because we know that after 20, 50 years, we are the ones who are going to be sitting there. I was speaking earlier this year when we launched in this very same auditorium, the National Youth Policy with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. I was speaking right here. I spoke with the Minister Maite Mamukwana Mashabanekare. This country to me is like an aircraft. It is currently in your hands as the pilots, with the ministers and all the current government leaders. My question that I ask myself every single day is, in what shape will this aircraft be the day I and my peers have to enter the cockpit? That is number one. And number two, I understand and know that no one is going to have to call me, open the door into the cockpit for me. We have to kick it down and enter the cockpit. And this is a message directed to my peers to say, what are we as young people doing about GBV? Are we going to stand and start speaking about, and in South Africa, by the way, we don't have GBV, we have GBVF. Because we're losing a lot of our sisters. And also, we're not only speaking about females and women, we're also speaking about those that are vulnerable to the issue of GBV. We have not really spoken about the LGBTQI community today. What are we saying about them? The organization that I come from works very closely with government as a youth-led and youth-centered organization, because we understand at home, our parents are not even able to operate the DSTV remote. She tries to change the channel, she finds herself on the radio side of the DSTV, she switches it off and she goes to sleep. What makes me think that my parent who is leading a department does not need me close to them? More so when the issues that they're dealing with are issues of my concern and of my interest. And it is on this basis that with the Agape movement, we're not invited to work with the department. I worked with the German Development Corporation. I was a technical development advisor, working with very senior government officials as a young person. I left the Germans and said, I'm going to lead a small youth organization with which I'm going to support my country through my parents who are in senior government office. Last year when COVID-19 hit and there was a lockdown, the Department of Basic Education asked and said, what do we do? Because kids are at school, they are vulnerable, they are closed, they are now with the perpetrators. I said, don't worry. They all have mobile phones. Get me a development advisor to give us some funds. We give them data. We will have conversations with young people while they're in their homes. We are currently running one of the country's biggest online virtual life skills program that are teaching a lot of young people about issues of consent, gender equality, all things in the name of preventing issues of GBV. We will only win this issue if each and every young man and young woman in each and every school, community, family around the country understands the concept. In some of these sessions when we are running, it is only in there where children, learners, realize that they were sexually violated. They didn't know. Because you come there and you describe, this is what this means, and they're like, so it means I was raped. And we then need to immediately try to intervene and say, there's an issue here. Every community has a school. Every community has a police station. Every community has a church. How safe are our young women, our young men in these institutions? As part of the National Strategic Plan collaborative that aims at implementing, I'm actually I'm a young man who is young, who's leading that structure. We need a lot of young men in that space, president and ambassador. And we need to lead in that space. As I was driving here, there's an article about an issue regarding children whose parents are refusing to report cases of rape by their own teachers in their own schools. Because teachers bribe the families, they give them groceries every month, and either the parents would register these children as their own or they refuse to report it at all. And are our schools safe? And how do we, in partnership with the South African Police Service, make our schools safe? One, are our police stations conducive and safe for all people that are victims or they feel that they might be victims? Because we can't be saying, I can't go to a police station because something did not happen to me. How and in what state is our police station? In what state are our men and women in blue at the police station? How is my 13-year-old, 12-year-old niece, how will she be comfortable to go to the police station and report me, her uncle? The church. Is the church safe? Someone earlier on mentioned that it is even our church ministers who are perpetrating this. I've had conversations with a lot of young ladies who say, the very same pastor at church that I'm supposed to be seeking counsel from, he's the one that wants to get in bed with me. They even go as far as coming to my home in the name of a barking the Besuk family visit, because they know that during the day my parents are at work. These are some of the things that we are dealing with. How do we, there are structures, the South African Council of Churches. In fact, today there's also another seminar by the South African Council of Churches. How do we engage with the South African Council of Churches and other faith-based organizations at this level? Because right now we're having this conversation at the national level. How do we coordinate at this level to ensure that all our pastors are trained? Because not all of them are trained. How do we ensure that in all their sermons, they speak against GBV? How do we make sure that they deal with the issue of toxic masculinity? Because that's where it starts. A young man starts to think about objectifying a woman from the age of 4, 5, 3. The toys that we buy them. The things that they watch on TV. My 1.5-year-old godson, if you see him swiping his father's iPad, you will get shocked. What kind of content are our children being exposed to? There's a multiplicity of issues at play here. To my parents that are in this room, sometimes I envy you. The way things are going. The day you and I are going to be sitting where General Ketlas Tole is sitting after some years, I don't know what we'll be dealing with in this country. It's funny now. What they might be dealing with, it might sound like it's hectic. It is not a complicated issue. It is a complex issue with a lot of things interplaying, and it's getting worse and worse. You mentioned that young children are becoming parents. How is that going to help? So the day you and I sit there, I don't know in what state will this country be. And if we don't speak prevention now and make sure that we go into each and every community, through the schools, through police stations, through the churches, then we will not win it. Prevention is better than cure. We will not be speaking about response. We are going to be speaking about prevention. President, all the youth organizations that fall under the South African Youth Council, do we have a small, simple portal that each and every director of an NGO, they must just go through and just read before they get funding from National Lottery or wherever? To make sure, one of the partners with which I work is UNICEF. You don't get a contract with UNICEF if you do not complete their online portal that speaks about prevention of sexual abuse and exploitation. If I'm going to run an organization that works with children, my whole staff must even know that you cannot even go that direction of looking at a child in a specific way. How do we do that?
in this country. Colleagues, let us deliberate. We will not leave this seminar today without a way forward. GBVF, and it's our issue as young people. So, the stage is yours.
It's always a pleasure working with you. And yeah, I never thought that one day I would be seated there. But thanks, Kokeli, for having the confidence. Colleagues, let me just officially make a few announcements, acknowledgements in this context of the audiences that we're having. Anthea Skeppers Wellenberg on Facebook says we want to see more we want to see more visibility of SAPS and law enforcement daily at our schools in Lavender Hill, Hollywood Primary Schools, Sea Winds Retreat, and all schools. We were told there is no manpower to visit all schools in Lavender Hill, and that is so sad, especially with the violence and high crime rate in the area. Also to share with you, colleagues, Cheryl Brits says the onward and upward. Thank you for all the dedicated members of the South African Police for their work, their hard work in front and behind the scenes. Despite many challenges, crime prevention starts with each one of us in our homes and the daily choices our youth make. Joshua Daniel says, General, alleged victims who misuse the system should be fined or charged as resources being wasted and real victims are not taken seriously. Hashtag the Rise Up movement. Colleagues, we're just sharing with you so that you can also have an understanding of what the other people who are participating with us in the dialogue are saying. Without going any further, let's recognize the Junior Commissioner of Gauteng to also reflect on this matter. Chima, I've noted your hand, and so I've also seen your hand. I will never do that mistake of closing you off. But let's also have the Junior Commissioner of Gauteng. This is a program that was initiated by the National Commissioner when he institutionalized youth crime prevention. Come on board, Makrab. A program that speaks to how we play our role in terms of developing young people. Matitsibale, when he was saying that we partnered with him when he was still at GIZ. Truth of the matter in terms of the processes, in terms of the induction, the training, and I'm happy that it's still in the space online in terms of the training and the orientation. We are at your message. Okay.
Thank you. Humble greetings to the House at large. The fight of gender-based violence is not the fight for women. It's not the fight for the South African Police Service only, nor the related various organizations. This is a fight for all the nation. As the Junior Commissioner, what am I doing? I'm here representing the youth. What can I do to the youth? I believe that the youth is the future and the future is the youth. What we feed our youth today is what we'll see in the future. I fear seeing the future because we really are leaving out the youth, but we are focusing on the secondary prevention of GBV, looking at adults, but forgetting that the very same children who are exposed to a negative environment are our future. I have plus minus 700 safety ambassadors in my community, which are learners. There are safety ambassadors in the schools and also in the community. Them being safety ambassadors, I have assured that they had capacity building programs. And with those capacity building programs, I believe that this will reduce factors such as dropout rates, single mothers below the age of 18, and other related factors. A wise man once said, if I think I'm too young to change the nation, I never spend a night with a mosquito. And that was General Ketla Sithole.
So here I am, preparing the future while it's still now. I see a very brighter future if we all work hand in hand with having capacity builds with our youth. The youth in schools are facing very difficult times, but then we don't see that. As time goes by, there are going to be the perpetrators of such violent activities. But then I believe that I can make a change, because it's never too late to make a change. There's always time for everything. I thank you.
Thank you so much to our Junior Provincial Commissioner. I would now like to call upon Warrant Officer Mugwedi.
Good day. Thank you. And all protocol observed. As introduced, I'm Warrant Officer Mugwedi, attached to Division Detectives and Forensics at the Forensic Science Laboratory. I wanted to speak on my opinion on what I think makes the youth vulnerable. And in this direction, I'd like to talk about the influencer culture. The influencer culture that is currently going on online. Us as youth, as you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do, usually, you're online. No matter what platform it is, you're there. And this then creates a certain image on what we think or regard life as. Usually, there's trends. Lately, there's the indoor must. And that then creates an expectation that women have of men or relationships. And it would lead to such an extent that if I am a person who's now seeing all of this online, if I then get a man who will then get me, okay, I will not name brands, but expensive brand name bag, the fact that he's abusing me at home, I will therefore not consider it, because I want to have a sense of belonging and have the Insta life. And then I want to have that life that is now currently trending. And also, with regards to the influencer culture, our kids, because they're growing up, because you're getting 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds, they are online. What they see online, they don't realize that that is a virtual world and it is not necessarily realistic. But they grow up to know that as the reality, to say, okay, as a young person, I need to be taking pictures by the beach at a certain ship and whatnot. So in order to then address that, it would be, how do we then enter the social space? Because those kids, or we also, are seeing what is happening. How do we then enter the social space to address such issues, that we are not influenced by the influencer culture in a toxic way? And then speaking on matters of spirituality, usually I'd like to believe that a victim, when they encounter a crime or when something happens to them, there's a first person of contact. And usually we are preached to the concept of forgiveness. So my input would be, we need to preach forgiveness in context. That is, we don't have to protect the perpetrator and say, no, they didn't understand what they were doing at the time. Forgive them. No, don't go open a charge, because that charge is going to damage their reputation. Think about their ego, because sometimes the person could hold office or they are recognized in the community, they have a certain position. So forgiveness has to be taught in context, not to protect the perpetrator, but to say forgiveness is about you as a person letting go of what happened so that you can heal, but not to say forgive, let go, don't let the person face the repercussions of their action. Thank you.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Mugwedi. I would now like to call upon Colonel Lepelesani to the podium, please.
National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioners, Divisional Commissioners, good afternoon. You know, National Commissioner, when such gatherings are being called, one always, you are confronted with a situation where you know that such discussions have been held before. You know that at some point the president called an event, I think it was called at the time, Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence. And you say, what was done after that? And you become somehow apprehensive when you attend events such as this. And one of the questions you ask yourself is this one of continuation of the talk show or a talk shop that we are continuing to have? Are we going to have the actual results? Are we going to see ourselves in a situation one day where we have solved the issue of gender-based violence? And I was encouraged this morning, National Commissioner, when you outlined as some of the objectives of this session is that to enhance SAP's response and to also mobilize young people. I read a tweet somewhere that they were saying, you know, young people, they are a set generation with happy pictures. They live for retweets and they live for likes. And like my previous speaker said, the influencer culture is mainly what is killing our youth, and not necessarily that, and to make them to be yeah, that weight. yeah. To gender-based violence. Now, the question of today is, what should be done? Is it that we don't have enough policies? Do we have legislative gaps? What is it that must be done now in order to sort out these challenges that we are facing? And one of the problems that I saw as the biggest one is we have got a lot of strategies, but there is nowhere where they converge. And going out of this, and I would urge and ask that going out of this, we have a committee that will ensure that all these strategies converge, because we have already agreed SAPS alone cannot fight GBV. We have agreed communities alone cannot. So where do we come together and say this is our single strategy? I mean, government already has what is called National Strategic Plan on GBV. From there, can we come together and say, this is what we are going to do as young people going forward? And I didn't introduce myself. I am Colonel Lepelesani. I was asked by colleagues to represent middle managers within the organization. Middle Management Corps is one of the structures within the SAPS formed by the National Commissioner to bridge the communication gap between junior members and middle managers up to a senior management level. So as middle managers of the organization, and probably not so young anymore, we support this initiative, and we would want to see it duplicated in other departments, because as I said, we need somewhere where all these ideas, they can converge, and then we map a practical solution. We have had enough speeches, I'm sure you also agree. From 1994, we have been speaking, up to today, we are still speaking. We need a practical solution to a practical problem that we are currently having, which is GBV. And academics have canvassed, they have debated. There is no lack of analysis or root cause analysis on what the problem is. We know what the problems are. They have thoroughly been canvassed. What must happen now is to say, what should we do as middle managers, as junior managers, as senior managers within the SAPS, as well as civil organizations. Thank you, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. We are now going to take a few inputs from Bab Zulu and Nonsikela. Okay. Ladies first.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think rightfully so, we have been talking about these issues for a very long time. We know the statistics. I mean, we've had conversations around these issues over and over again. But one thing, or some of the things that we shy away from, President, I thought when you were touching on the issues of culture, you were going to speak about Twala. You were going to speak about what do men talk about when they go in Dabe. It's something that we respect so much that we do not want to really try and influence. Ndingumxhosa, you know, ngokuzalwa, and I respect the culture. But there are certain aspects to it that we need to try and, you know, talk about. I'll make an example. As the NYDA, when we went to one of the communities, similar to El Sikisiki in Eastern Cape, the traditional authorities there said to us, no, you're not welcome to come here and talk to the young people. What do you go? Please brief us first as to what you're going to be talking to them about. That's the problem. That is the problem. The problem starts with our traditional authorities not understanding that they should be part of the solution. We need them, you know, as part, you know, of the solution. Now, enough about the statistics and the challenges, you know, that we are facing. The President announced 1 billion rands for the stimulus program. 400 million of that goes to the NPO sector. The NYDA has been given, you know, a role to coordinate that. Are the NPOs aware of that? The ones at the group grassroots level? No. They're not. And whose role is it to make sure that the information gets to them? It's us in this room. We need to send the message to the people that are down there implementing this program. The NDA, National Development Agency, deals with capacitating NPOs in terms of how they should run and all of that. Young people do not have that information. Why am I talking about all of this? It's part of the solutions. We have them, but we are not utilizing the spaces because we prefer to come in these rooms and then leave and then not cascade the information. We are on Twitter almost every day. I'm young. When I wake up, I log onto Twitter, I go into Facebook. But do I talk about the work that I do? Chances are, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do when I want to, say a few things. No, we were here, take pictures and all of that. But the contents of it, we don't talk about it. We must start doing that more. Secondly, our attitude as public servants needs to change. I think that the minister spoke about it yesterday when he was speaking to the Minister of Police, when he was speaking on the issues around Lianga in Western Cape. He said that we need to have professional, civil servants that are able to receive young people when they come to us with care. And this does not speak to the police sector only. It also speaks to ourselves in other sectors of government and the NPO sectors and the civil society sectors. We need to change how we receive, issues when we receive them from young people in general. Young people are doing a lot, General and National Commission. Young people are doing a lot out there. We see it as the National Youth Development Agency when we engage them. All they need is a platform to do the work. When I was in Alex this other day, a young person, when we were doing a cleaning campaign of the township, a young person could not write their name. When I asked, how old are you? He said to me, I am 35. A 35-year-old that cannot write in 2021. I said then, as a civil servant, that I'm not doing enough. But then there's an NPO in the same community that is teaching people how to write. You see where the cycle is. We can't do everything, but we can mobilize the relevant stakeholders to be able to do that work. That is what the National Youth Policy speaks about. All these challenges, how we implement them, and become a society that implements things in an integrated manner. That's what I wanted to speak about. And coming out of this session, how do we implement, these programs? It starts with the people in this room. Hold us accountable. We need to come out with a clear program of action. If it needs to be Lusikisiki where we need to start, let's go there and pilot a program. Identify NPOs that will implement an anti-gender-based violence and femicide program. Thank you very much.
General, I'm going to touch on a few thorny issues. Usually, I like to observe a particular protocol, but I believe that we need to get to a particular point where we start to have uncomfortable conversations so that we may be comfortable in the future, because currently where we are at, we are not in a comfortable space as society. I'll touch on something which was said by Utet. This is something which always comes up, which says that when, as young people, especially in KZN, we've looked at the issue of policing and crime, we've looked at it as a tap which is open and has running water. The South African Police Service obviously then respond with a mopping system where they mop up this crime which is flowing through the tap. Now, as time and with development, obviously the South African Police Service have come up with more sophisticated mechanisms to mop up this running water, which is crime. But until you get to a point where you start to speak to prevention and start to turn off the tap, you will literally be running in an endless cycle where the police services get more sophisticated, the mop-up operations get more sophisticated, but the problem remains because the tap is not being closed. The only way to deal with it is to begin to close that tap, so that the actions also of the South African Police Services, you start to see more of their impact because the tap is also being closed. But so long as it's a free-flowing tap, you can mop from the morning to the evening. It's as if you are doing nothing when you are actually doing a lot of work. Just wanted to touch on that point. To the South African Youth Council President, the issue of us working even closer together than we already are is of critical importance. The issue of not only just an approach, but an integrated approach amongst ourselves as young people in ensuring that we are more self-sufficient in terms of responding to the challenges is of that much more importance. I know for a fact that you have chapters within provinces. The NYDA is there. At those levels as well, we need to start saying these are standing meetings, whether it's bi-monthly or whether it's monthly, where we start to address these issues, especially which touch on youth crime prevention, working with the South African Police Services. Now, the mere fact that you have such a commitment coming from provincial commissioners, it speaks to their commitment to the issue of youth crime prevention. Let us utilize that space moving forward. Let us ensure that now that space is there, we do not leave a gap where it falls back. Now, you also touched on the issue of the private sector. Now, we will see the private sector coming with different initiatives, different organizations. I know there are particular retailers where even on their plastic bags, you start to see the messages of gender-based violence being communicated. I think it's SPA, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's SPA, which communicates that message so that on a daily basis as you are buying your groceries, the message is constantly communicated. Now, you also have the No Excuse campaign. You also have other progressive companies within South Africa. Let us create a platform where we start to visit these companies and say, here are programs by young people. This is where you can come on board to support these initiatives, because at the end of the day, in order to do business, you need a conducive environment, and a conducive environment can never be there whilst there's still being crime perpetrated. It's really that simple. It's not an academic conversation. The private sector needs to come on board. We need to guide them in terms of where we need them to come on board, and then ensure that we have solutions to the situations that we are facing. Here's the Tony one, General. You see, there is nothing as problematic as being guided by wolves. There is nothing as problematic as not knowing who's who in the zoo where gender-based violence is concerned. There would be nothing as defeating to a victim if I was a perpetrator and the victim sees me here and says, how my perpetrator has such a platform. I can never go to a police station, clearly, because of the relationships that he enjoys. We need to scan the individuals who are at the forefront of gender-based violence so that we ensure that we are not further impacting their victims. We need for victims to understand that there is serious consequence management where perpetrators of gender-based violence are concerned. You know, if I could, General, I'll take it as far as saying that maybe some of these ones at the forefront should subject themselves to a lie detector test and say, I am not a perpetrator of gender-based violence, not in my name. And see where we would find ourselves. Maybe that's not the route to take, but there should be a scanning process so that we should ensure, because on a serious note, this is where victims lose hope. This is where victims lose hope. We must bring hope to victims. We must bring it home to perpetrators. You see, if you are a perpetrator and you're at home and you're listening, it must factor in that, wow, this is the direction they are going to take. You must be fearful as a perpetrator that you will be ousted, because these perpetrators, they know that they are in the dark, they know that they are safe, and they know that they are protected, so they continue to do these things. They have a safety net of sorts. They must be uncomfortable, President. They must know that we see them. They must know that there will be mechanisms to draw them out and identify them. If you are a director somewhere and you are a perpetrator of gender-based violence, you must be asking yourself, if really this thing were to come in where there's a scanning process, am I safe? I must change my ways. You must not sleep tonight knowing that such a process is going to follow. The provincial premiers within their executives must also follow such a process, because we can't have MECs who are perpetrators of gender-based violence and their victims get to see them and continually get to a process of triggers each and every single time you see them speaking. Men who are perpetrators must be uncomfortable. Women who are victims must be comfortable to speak out. They must know that we believe them. They must know that we support them. They must know that we are with them, and they must know that the South African Police Service will do everything in their power to ensure that the perpetrators are arrested. The NPA will do everything in their power to ensure that the perpetrators are prosecuted. Thank you.
Thank you, panel members, for your inputs. General, I'd like to read a few comments that are coming in on our Facebook page. Leroy H. Lind says, we are sitting with an identity crisis, which is one of the roots of crime. Further, we need servant leaders with passion, especially in SAPS and government. Those who understand their purpose and not merely being there for an income. Please make space for the Joshua generation while Moses is still there to mentor and guide. Taryn David says, Mr. President, please open an inquiry into SAPS, especially in Western Cape. Corrupt officials must be in prison. And Maxwell Kanyile says, please talk about the issue of secondary victimization. And with that being said, I would like to call upon Ntswaki to give a few words.
Thank you, program directors, and acknowledgement to National Commissioner, the DNC, and all the provincial commissioners and colleagues present. Today we are here for the issue of the GBV, which is a burning issue in the country. And as many speakers have said, we have been sitting and talking, and now is the time for the implementation. National Commissioner, in your opening remarks, you talked about the responsive regarding the technological where human trafficking takes place. And you wanted also to have the online profile of the victims to be done. We also talked about the innovative policy model. Yes, we've seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic when it happened, the traditional way of policing, the mobilization of communities, and the awarenesses of programs for young people changed because there was no chance to can speak to people like in a certain areas. It had to be virtually. Hence today we embrace and acknowledge the fourth industrial revolution because the technology we see today allows that even at this moment that people can see that we are tackling these issues and we can reach many people as possible. The other thing is that we've seen that the schools have changed their way of learning also. They've changed to online. And we aim with the online policing, as you have mentioned, the community policing and the online crime prevention strategy. We aim to engage these learners at their different schools, virtually so, because we've seen that the schooling model has changed from higher education, the primary schools, all of them have changed. And then the other thing that we want to further engage on the GBV strategic objectives and the focus areas, and we will communicate these objectives via many virtual platforms that we have, such as the YouTubes, the Facebook, the Twitter handles, and our very own SAPS app. And I would like to talk about the SAPS app in such a way that it gives the victims an opportunity to report the crime, and this also assists that to make the police stations or the police to react quickly, because the crime is reported then and can be elevated to the police station timelessly. And I would like also to encourage our fellow community members that we have this app that is called Find My Device. You can install the device and your friends install, and then you put your details to your friend's app, so that whenever a person goes missing, it's easily to find the person by sending the details of that phone to the location to say, find my device, and it will show where the device is at that moment. And we have these alerts apps also, the Lamola, the Citizen apps, that are alert to the crime whenever the crime is happening. And it will also, those apps assist to check where the crime is happening, so that it can be identified if it's a hotspot of crime or anything. And this will also assist in case of GBVs, because it will be identified to raise more awarenesses on such matters. We also appreciate the efforts that has been made. Currently, the SAPS had partnered with the PSL, and we have seen in many instances where the matches are playing, we have these digital billboards where the messages are playing there, and we've seen the messages of GBV, and we appreciate that. And that also forms as a good awareness, because we know that stadiums are where young people mostly are attending, and men. And as we know, mostly they are the perpetrators, and we therefore encourage a lot of such things. And we appreciate the comments that were made by my colleagues here, and we appreciate that fact that you are doing so well, and we like to partner with you so that we can all roll out these programs that you are doing on the schools via virtually, so that we all can reach the message broader to everyone, so that this GBV can be really stopped if possible so. Because we've seen, if you check South Africa in the Global Peace Index, for the last 4 years, out of the 163 countries, South Africa has been in 2019, it was, let me start in 2018, it was 125. And in 2019, it was 127. For 2020 and 2021, it's 123. It's not a good picture, but we have seen a smaller decline or improvement, if I can say. So we need to work hard as everyone in this room and every society member to make sure that we fight every crime, to ensure every crime is being reported and it's stopped by any means possible, to ensure the safety of every person, to ensure that the NDP Vision 2030 is reached. As the National Commissioner has said, we are striving for the safer cities, the safer streets, and we therefore want to reclaim the public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Nzwaki. I would like to believe that we have come to the end of receiving inputs from the floor. And as it is, I would like to give our panel members just 2 minutes to give, just to wrap up 2 minutes of their time. Just closing comments on the engagements that we had today. So firstly, I would like to call upon Mr. Nhlanhla Sizani, and then you'll be followed by Mr. T. Josobu, and Nancy will be next then. Then you. Sure.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I guess, General, I think a lot has been said. It's my brother, you just scribbled my notes. As I was noting down some pointers, then you stood here and you took almost everything. But as far as crime prevention is concerned, SAPS is the main organization responsible. However, it is not the only organization responsible to fight crime. Therefore, for us to really be successful in this fight against crime, we need an integrated approach whereby each one of us come together and we all join hands and we really contribute to the fight against crime. Gone are the days where we delegate responsibilities and say, no, this because of crime is for SAPS, this because of international whatever, it's because of, it's the sole responsibility of the UN. But when we come together then and deal with matters integrated, in an integrated approach, it leaves no room for the blame game, that when things go wrong and we'll say, no, the SAPS is not doing the job. I think they've mentioned something about the issue of secondary victimization, which I think it is very important, and I think they touched on it when he said, how do we make the victim comfortable to report me as the uncle in the police station? I know there's a 6-point plan, there's a 6-point ministerial point plan that is in place to ensure that victims are treated with respect when they go to report. However, I strongly believe that we must drill it down to ensure that even the CSC commanders ensure that those members in the front make sure that the victims of GBVF do get treated with respect and dignity, and they are able to feel comfortable enough to can just say their side of the story. And also, Brigadier from the FCS, also the investigators to be trained in a way that they are sensitive to the victims, because I know of a story whereby one investigator attached to the FCS somewhere said to the victim, well, I guess that the first time when they took the statement, the victim was still in shock or still in the traumatic period and possibly omitted certain things during the statement, and later realized that there was a need for the retake of the statement for the case to be watertight in court. And apparently, and surprisingly so, the response from the investigator said, no, you must get yourself together. This case, this docket needs to be placed on the road, and you need to get your story right. So I guess this also talks about the training of members responsible to handle such cases, that they handle them in such a way that is very sensitive and to the victim. And I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think all of us have complained enough, Vusi. One of the things that we have defined ourselves as the South African Council is that we have always said we are part of the solution. So we don't go to platforms and cry. We must come to a point of way in. What is it that must be done? My brother, I fully support you. We can't live here with no way forward on the how part now. We've complained, it's enough, fine. And my sister, we are correct that the culture of influence, we're under pressure, National Commissioner, as young men. Good to know, a man must give a woman 5,000. Hey, now you realize, good, no, you are in trouble. so I'm saying that culture is really, is really putting us under pressure as men. And it promotes this culture of masculinity in an indirect manner. But I think in light of the spirit of us being practical and doing things, I think probably Vusu might have briefed you, National Commissioner, and I'm putting Nonsekela on the spot. We had met here with the team, I think some 2 weeks ago, also to also have a conversation about the Phoenix situation. We have agreed on a program that will be piloted in Phoenix, particularly the overarching is social cohesion and nation building. But in Phoenix, in fact, the NYDA has the Young People Patriotic Project. I heard today there was a lot of about patriotism and all that under the National Youth Service. So we'll be having that pilot project, and the team that is being led by Nontsikelelo and her colleague, I'm sure now they are toward the final stages. So because we've given them a task to concept, in fact now to just practicalize it, and when are we going to Phoenix? Practical now, so that we don't theorize. Already, Ntsiki has committed, in fact, she has identified an area, made an example that Lusikisik. So we must commit here, those of us who are here, that a South African Council are committing that after this, unfortunately my term of office ends by month end. So, but those who are coming through will surely carry on. So it's not about me, it's about the organization. But we are committing that we need to have VUSI. You must convene us soon, probably maybe before I leave office. You convene us soon. We're in now. Once we are going to have that project in Phoenix, now we talk about a pilot project that we'll be doing together. In one of the areas we're in this matter is and the underlying issues that are so rampant. So this is our commitment now, National Commissioner, that now we don't want to talk. We will go on the ground. Already the NYDA is committed, and yes, she's committed. There's no need for her to say any other thing now. I'm committing her. So we'll be going on the ground. We agree. VUSI convene us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm led. Already been committed. But it's important for us to practicalize some of these things. And as we implement some of these things, as government stakeholders, private sector, and the NPO sector and civil society broadly, it's important that we have agency in all of these things. I can tell you with confidence, President, that that document is ready. In fact, I was told that sometime next week we must come and meet. But the Phoenix project will happen very soon. But coming into the issues of gender-based violence here as we gather today here, I think the National Commissioner spoke about the issues of the young children, or I'll call them young children because the statistics from the Gauteng provincial government, the Department of Education, shows that most of those kids that were pregnant were just between 14 and 15. That is statutory rape. That is statutory rape. Immediately we must do something about that because as we are seated here, the numbers are rising. And probably they might not be at that 20,000 something that they were reflected on earlier last month. So I'm adding another program for Gauteng. As the National Youth Service unit within the National Youth Development Agency will be going out on provincial summits. And I would request the commissioners to please join us because the invitations will come soon. Part of the action items that will come out of that is that of empowering the implementers of National Youth Service broadly. These are build-up programs towards the implementation of the Presidential Youth Service Program. We are very serious. We are not dealing with issues of talking anymore. So in terms of the gender-based violence, we are pleading that as our elders, as you apply corrective measures, allow us and give us the space to lead in terms of the programs on the ground. As he said, we know the programs best. Thank you very much for the platform, and we look forward to the collaborations further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll greet the House for the last time as well as people at home. Not a lot of issues, General. Program is clear. The involvement in bringing on board of young people in terms of structured programs which are already there. Youth crime prevention desk at a station level. Let us go there as young people. That is where we will find a platform to express ourselves in terms of our participation in youth crime prevention. Clear request for the provincial commissioners. We already know the work that they are doing within the various provinces. Let us just add more vigor to it and ensuring that also the officers at a provincial level also just understand the importance of youth crime prevention, and just ensuring also that young people start to understand the different platforms, because not only do you have youth crime prevention desk, you also have CPFs, which are platforms which take on all community aspects, whether you are an NGO or whatever you might be, but those are the platforms upon which at a ground level we can bring about change. You look at the issue of community safety forums, those are the platforms where these issues need to be tackled and addressed. They cannot merely be tackled on social media. They cannot merely be tackled when you are having something to eat at a restaurant there. But there are platforms which are there, which are relevant, which are supported, and which have the necessary resources that should there be an issue, then from those platforms you can move to bringing about solutions. Just those issues, General. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, leaders have spoken. For those who could be with us on the different platforms, we have taken note of your inputs. The various submissions that have been made here remains commitment, you can say, united we can make the desired impact, but divided, President, we would not have the desired impact. We would not be able to change lives. But in the end of the day, we would not be able to put a young person out of reach for organized criminalities. The institutionalization of safety within your learning environment has been taken note thereof. I think very soon we would also be pronouncing on the Learning Environment Safety Summit, where we would be galvanizing programs, the Junior Commissioner, on how best we can ensure that spaces of learning remain there. The input from the spiritual fraternity, we have taken note on this regard, and we will continue to engage around programs on how spiritually and otherwise we remain well. The international platform, the challenge general, we have noted it, and we will also make sure that we play our part in this one. The program and the confirmation from NYDA and SAIC remains very encouraging. We're looking forward also to reach out beyond these two institutions in terms of the other youth formations within the country, within the continent and internationally, on how best we can win the battle on youth criminality. Having said that, General, it is that time that we understand that we have to come to the close of the program. This was not the consultative session that will be the end of it. Like we've said, we've got a provincial rollout. All provincial commissioners will be leading these platforms, will give technical support the programs in terms of reaching out so that we do not remain a boardroom engagement. But equally so, the things that we talk to here, they must find expression so that they can live. Otherwise, they remain rhetoric that will speak for intellectual gymnastics. General, we are at your hands to give us the way forward and also respond on the other matters that have been raised.
Yeah, can I request, just before I give the way forward, I need to connect with the other people of the official committee.
Yeah.
And I found that they were communicating and agreeing that one of them will speak on their behalf.
Okay.
That's right.
We allow them the platform.
They can just tell you who have their computer to speak on their behalf.
Oh, General, they must not tell, they must come. Yes, the platform is here.
The National Commissioner General Ketla Sithole, the DNC General Vuma, all the provincial commissioners, the leaders of the different organizations, the youth, and all guests. Let me say, I've been sitting there, like every speaker has indicated, that GBVF is a topic that is sensitive and it goes right into the heart. As it goes right into the heart, it triggers a lot of emotions. But I'm glad that we have these brilliant leaders in front of us, the young that will be taking this forward together with us in different provinces. And it's pleasing for the brilliant ideas that we have received while we're sitting down there as provincial commissioners. Difficult as it is, particularly when you are confronted with all these issues that borders the community, but you need vibrant community and also civil society that will be assisting us in terms of rooting out the GBVF National Commissioner. The programs that have been outlined here are so pleasing, and we're really going to support them on the ground. We are committed to make sure that this scourge, which is troubling the young and the old, it's rooted out completely so. And thanks for your vibrancy and the discussion that we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can be seated. Yeah, it might just be important for me to just cite from Dane Algiers, having listened to all the discussions. He says the darkest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain their neutrality in times of moral crisis. And again, Thomas Sowell, without a moral framework, there's nothing left but immediate self-indulgence by some and part of least resistance by others. Neither of them sustain a free society. While I was in the Free State, I experienced one gender-based violence case where a woman was raped. She was staying in the rural areas, and the case was supposed to sit on a specific day. It was on a Monday. So she was expected to be in court at 10. And the distance from the rural area where she was staying was 125 kilometers away from the place of residence. The suspect was detained in one of the police stations not far away from where the victim was staying. So on the day in question, the police van came to collect the suspect from the police station, from the cells, but on its way to court past the victim at a bus stop waiting for a transport to go to court. And upon arrival, the suspect was not yet there because there wasn't public transport yet. And by the time she arrived, the case was already thrown out of court. Now, if you go to Nicholas Minolta, Trapped by Reality and Freed by Imagination. Okay, let me appreciate all the inputs and begin to say I see there's quite a lot of solutions, but they only require action. Do we agree? All right, are we all prepared to work? Are we ready? Wow. Congratulations to all of you. You can give yourselves a round of applause. Can we start with the first? I heard from the president, from NYDA, they said they've already assembled themselves or organized themselves into a team. Now, do we now have a formal youth crime prevention GPV steering committee? Can we translate the so-called team and formalize it into a youth crime prevention GPV steering committee that should oversee the execution of an action plan that should flow from here today? Are we all in agreement? Can we commit the formalization to a date? Do we need 48 hours? I heard she was speaking about the education here, and you see some of our people, you know, from my education background, I studied arithmetic and not mathematics. And as a result, I can only count up to 7. So if you can't give me any deadline, I can only give you within 7 days. So how much time do you want to commit the formalization of this particular steering committee to make sure that there's action? Because next time, we're only going to listen to a progress report on what has been achieved and how much has the situation changed. Can we commit to a date? I know, Monsieur, you're technology-wise, all of you. Get to your phones, get to calendar, give me a date, we pass. 26? 26 September. Or they say 27. All right, let's record that. I think we will then need that particular formalization. We want it in a document form so that it is formalized. And it's a multidisciplinary steering committee. Okay, the second one, we need a quick win gender-based action plan, stabilization action plan. And how much time do you want to stabilize the current gender-based violence situation or state of the country? Because this situation requires stabilization. And in terms of the principles of the turnaround vision, the minimum time frame for stabilization is 3 months. Do we want to stabilize it within 30 days? No, I'm saying you've got a leeway up to 3 months. That, yeah, from 1 to 3. Can we go on a quick win stabilization action plan? It's a multidisciplinary collaborated action plan. Do we want 3 months? Okay, the next 3 months we are going to convene and we're going to listen to a progress report from the quick win action plan, and it must be presented. I just want to caution you. I've been in consultation with the medical arena. I was told that there's a new disease which is more deadly than the coronavirus. Yes, and they call it excusitis. Please don't make it part of that report. Oh, okay. All right, how much time can we present the action plan? Within 7 days from here. Let's give a date. Yeah, 7 days. Let's give the date. What is the date after 7 days? 27 September. All right. It's fine. We put a date. You must just keep in mind whatever you say and what you commit to, because we will come to other aspects that are going to back this up. All right. Let's move on. Do you want a youth crime prevention war room or a youth crime prevention nerve center? Which one of the two do you want? The other one means you declare war. The other one means something else. Which concept are you adopting? Youth crime prevention nerve center. Okay, we then need this particular nerve center to be fully in place so that we can then share or develop integrated data on GBV within that nerve center. But we also need the nerve center to connect with the broader nerve center in government. I suspect you might have to decide on the location of the nerve center, but the most appropriate and suitable is likely to be NYDA to lead in a nerve center. But it must be efforts by everyone to put it in place, and there must be integrated resource, frontline technology. And that's where we must reach out to everyone, including the so-called gender-based violence victims. And can we commit to a deadline? When will the nerve center be operational? Yeah, we're not putting it to Nzigi, but she's going to make sure that, remember, NYDA is a coordination center for all youth programs. So that's where we can house it, but it's a responsibility for all of you. But I can listen to a comment from Nzigi. You can give a date?
Yeah, I'm doing things that we need to get the plan that will be coordinated by all of us.
Yes.
CCT can be given a period of 4 months, 2 to 3 months. It can be.
Okay.
That's my proposal to the
All right. Can I tell you about yourselves as young people? I think young people are very creative. They can start something from nowhere. By the time we formally put a nerve center in place, with the existing resources at their disposal, the nerve center will be long functional, because they can use the cell phones, communicate. Isn't it, guys? Remember, No, you guys, you came here, you said you want action. Angithi tete. No, I want us to start somewhere. All I'm saying is that with the current provisions that we have in cell phones and the rest, we can start that coordination. And then we can then go to a resource planning where we then would like to formalize a nerve center. We can also even run the nerve center through a pilot. There's various other private companies that would be interested in venturing into that. So can we start it in that way? Yeah. All right. I can see that we are getting somewhere. All right. Can we also then further agree? I think SAPS already have a modus operandi analysis center. Can we agree to link up with the SAPS modus operandi center? I think General Nchinga is listening here. The Deputy National Commissioner is here, even the provincial commissioners. I think we haven't established exactly the modus operandi applied on gender-based violence. Up until this far, it goes unchallenged. But by the time we discover the modus operandi, we'll be able to stop it. So can we then agree to link up with the SARS Modus Operandi Analysis Center as part of the Quick Win Action Plan? But I think amongst us young people across the country, we do have those young people who are studying criminologists. And, yeah, there's a lot of capacity, isn't it? There's also other private companies. Can they link up together with the SAPS Modus Operandi Analysis Center? We run a project on gender-based violence, modus operandi analysis and research. We might even discover the criminal creativist behind this particular modus operandi. Can we also further agree to work on the transformation of the churches, including tradition and culture? One of the expectations there, can we introduce church-based crime prevention programs so that those can respond to what we brought here or we advanced here as a challenge? But then again, I think under the school safety strategy, there's provision for school-based crime prevention programs. And they might also need to be activated now, linking with the sector, through sector policing. Then, can we then look at the transnational coordination of gender-based violence, especially human trafficking goes across the borders, and that becomes a transnational organized crime. I am not sure, but I have expected our colleagues outside the country to have been connected, and one of the prominent role players, I'm sure, is Dennis from Interpol. So can we then bring into the action plan a transnational response to gender-based violence or to any of the root causes that perpetuate gender-based violence in the country? Can we also agree on the gender-based violence outreach program, which should be multidisciplinary? I heard already, is it Phoenix Advanced? But I'm sure there's various hotspots, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Gauteng. Can we get the steering committee to work together with crime stats and research in the subs. And General Vuma, you can instruct General Sukukuni and his team. I think they will be able to give you all the gender-based violence hotspots in the country, which will be the focus of the stabilization. And we can then link the outreach program to all those particular hotspots. Then something else now, which is very interesting, and I've listened to few of you speaking. Some of you said you've been speaking from 1994. And I want to congratulate you for that. And I also want to equally commend you for the standard of English that you, because all of you have been speaking in English from 1994. And post-1994, it was Afrikaans. So, one of the reasons why we are speaking about the same things over and over is because of the absence of a performance management system. The current performance management system provided for in government, it's a performance management system that is departmentally based. SAPS is measured according to our own functional mandate on the things that we do. But where I must now work with a chairperson, there's no performance management system. And that area become optional. So here, you've never been held accountable for working together. Yes. But what I've observed is that you always share the input together, ne? Isn't it? I think when there's lunchtime, you will never miss a single one in the boardroom. Eh? But the output sharing, no, that is not structured. Can we agree then to design an integrated and multidisciplinary performance management system on GBV? And then we make it part and parcel of the action plan. I heard others speaking about the fact that there should be consequences for the perpetrators, but can there also be consequences for the non-performers? I think if we start there, yeah, if you burn the wood, it will release the fire, and the fire will burn the pot, and the pot will burn the food. Then it will be fine. So can we start with the so-called expected performance? We get a performance management system, because this is important. Can we attach a deadline to it? We need to have a team working on it so that we can have a performance measurement tools to this. Deadline, should I count up to 7? Okay. They are discussing the date after the 7 days. So they are going to give it to me. Now you can give it to me. Give me the date. Give me the date after 14 days. 3 October. Okay, I've realized now that you like 14 days. But it's okay. Let's proceed. We need to work on, now we must challenge you to think. We need to work on a project on the youth population statistics, the online youth population statistics. Can we do it? Or we don't want to know? Yeah, the online youth stats goes together with the online GBV victims. And so that we can then begin to provide a response to the online victims. Remember, human trafficking is run on deep web. If you can go now, it's live. So I think this one, we also have Captain Dennis from Interpol, because we are running this project together with Interpol. Can we also then, on the same breath, look at a feasibility analysis process based on the policy and legislative provisions that are dealing with gender-based violence? The earlier case I gave you of the police van may suggest that the perpetrator might be having an edge over the victim. And certain legislations need to be balanced, but we need to conduct a feasibility analysis so that we can then be able to input as far as legislation is concerned. Then maybe we must also look at a service charter and a service promise for youth crime prevention, or for the youth. Because at the present moment, we say we are all serving young people and the nation. But do we know what is their service promise specification? Or are we doing what we think they want? So we might need to think about that. Then can we formalize patriotic education and have it as a sustainable program reaching out to all young people so that we can cultivate the love of the country to all young people in the country? Finally, when I listened, someone said we are injured, and there was a lot of words and expression. The one that comes to that, the psychological infiltration of young people. And further observation towards that is that if you are injured psychologically, it goes more or less the same with the 4 principles of competence, where you have the unconsciously incompetent. They do not know that they do not know. Now, if you are injured, you do not know that you are injured. So you need to be exposed to something else so that you can then be able to reclaim back your conscience. But what we need to do here, we need to declare a psychological war against the criminals on the basis of gender-based violence. So, but I think I then need to close with 2. One is Kennedy. He who sees the invisible can do the impossible. And complementary to that vision is the art of seeing the invisible. Shall we carry on together with a shared vision on this particular aspect? And I wish you good luck as you're doing it. You have all, you no longer need my support. The reason being that you already have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, General, for such a jam-packed way forward. I would now like to call upon our Deputy National Commissioner, General Vuma, for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Sisi and the Chairperson, for the opportunity. The National Commissioner says we've been talking English. You know, when you are seated for a long time, challenged like me with my voice, it takes time for it to open up. He says in his opening remarks, men were born free, but they are forever in chains. That's not me, that's the National Court who said so in his opening remarks. Meaning we were born free, but we are forever in chain. The question is, who has put us into chain? We have enchained ourselves in so many different ways. Maybe part of the challenges that we are encountering as the country, as the people of South Africa, is the fact that we did not understand democracy. Maybe we were not prepared. When it came, there was education, but maybe the education was not sufficient. Maybe it did not reach all of us for obvious reasons that we are operating disintegrated. The platform is created for us today, this morning, especially the youth who are the future. Without youth, there is no future. And I must say, National Commissioner, I am encouraged. Many a times we come and talk English, as you rightfully said, since 1994. And we impose our ideas as old people, the way we see things. But unfortunately, where we're coming from and where our youth is coming from is two different destinations. We're coming from the world of corporal punishment. They are coming from the world of born free. They have rights. We are experimenting these things in our own families. When you try and caution them, they will tell you they have rights. And maybe we as parents, we got intimidated by their rights. And I want to fully agree and concur with one of the speakers that maybe said, as and when we ascend these podiums, it is time that we declare, after being seriously vetted. It is time that we declare. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of my boss, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, General Kehla Sithole, whom I normally term him as the strategist, the thinking tank, the visionary, imaginator, a man full of wisdom, a man who talks and also acts. Many a time we have leaders that only talk and others act. But in the South African Police Service, in our current state that we find ourselves in, we have a man that talks and a man that equally act. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of all the provincial commissioners in our midst. We have 6 provincial commissioners, and they have not been properly introduced in terms of the youth leaders, seeing them, which provincial commissioner is responsible for which province, except for General Mawe. And National Commissioner, looking at the importance of this day and the fact that you have laid the way forward, I think it is quite critical and important that we really see which provincial commissioner, so that the youth leadership are able to know and see who to coordinate with as and when they roll out this strategy and the implementation plan that has been alluded here today. And I would love to take this opportunity and make them known. We have the provincial commissioner that I already said from Gauteng that has at least been highlighted, General Mawela. Can you stand, General Mawela, so that they see you? We equally have the provincial commissioner from Free State, my sister, General Motswenyane. Can they see you, please? We also have the provincial commissioner from Northwest, General Kwena, my brother. I'm sorry for discriminating today. I just realized that I'm discriminating. We equally have a provincial commissioner from Limpopo, General Khatebe, my sister. We also have a general from a provincial commissioner from Western Cape, General Patekile. Lastly, we have provincial commissioner from Mpumalanga, my sister, General Manamela. We also have the acting divisional commissioner, and I will tell you why I'm highlighting these ones. For visible policing, acting Major General Ndaba, my sister. I'm highlighting these because these are the core and the critical role players in today's topic, so that as we go out here, we know exactly who are we going to be communicating and liaising with. And it's just an indication from the South African Police Service to say that even though crime prevention is part, and I will say is part, it's not the sole mandate of the South African Police Service, but it is part of the mandate of the South African Police Service, because we come at the end, at the tail end. When we talk of prevention, and as I listen to the youth today, that we have been talking is too much, it's time we act. And as we act, we equally put strategies for prevention. Prevention comes from within, prevention starts from within. We rightfully articulated that these issues are happening in our families. These are the societal ills. They are happening behind closed doors. They are happening within the families, friends, and relatives. So prevention needs to start there, and all community structures that are out there. So I highlighted these ambassadors, these leaders that are committing themselves. They are here because even those that are not here, I know they are committed towards this very important cause, because it makes us not to sleep, and we don't have all the resources to be able to deal with these societal ills. And if we put more prevention, we will be able to allow the South African Police Service to use the resources where they are supposed to be. We cannot be able to police the families. It is quite impossible. But we will be able to police the public spaces in other areas where these issues are happening. It's time we really go back to basics. We seem to have lost touch with the basics as the community at large. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the acting provincial divisional commissioners in our midst. All youth leadership, I may not call you one by one, and equally appreciate all stakeholders that are present since this morning up to this afternoon. The youth core in the organization, South African Police Service. Those that are in virtual platform, I've noted my sister, General Njinga, who is the newly appointed Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, and all other stakeholders in virtual platform. I will equally want to allude to the same message that was alluded by our pastor in her opening remarks when she read the book of Esther, that maybe it is at this moment in time that you find yourself where you are with the sole purpose that if you have been silent all the time, you must not think that these challenges, these societal ills are going to spare you. Maybe it is time that we talk, it is time that we do something, it's time that we act, because remaining silent does not guarantee the immune that you are not going to, your life or your situation is going to be spared. I equally would love to appreciate the pastor in her absentia for that powerful message. It is a guarantee that if we are not going to do something, we are all going to perish. I listen to young people talking and saying, maybe we are fortunate because we're coming from that particular background. But few years from now, maybe things are not as bad as some think they are. But moving in the next few years, if nothing is not going to be done, the situation is going to be a perishable situation. I would like to thank the National Commissioner, as I already said, for providing leadership and leading the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, LGBT, which we have not yet seriously alluded to this morning, which have since become a second pandemic indeed in our country. Fighting forms of corners of society can never ever be emphasized with the GBV. It is really out of control. It is out of hand. The statistics, as has been said, from 10 years old, if a 10-year-old becomes a mom, what are we saying as a society, as the community? The person who has impregnated that young girl, where are your morals? The engagement we had here today will go a long way in assisting the South African Police Service to address the root causes of this pandemic. We owe you, our attendees, panelists, a debt of gratitude for the outcomes of this successful dialogue today. Program directors, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that from today going forward and fighting this second pandemic in our country will not be seen as the responsibility of SAPS alone. We are here today, we came here, we go into different structures many a times, but we also realize that without the future generation, there is no way we will be able to eradicate and to really fight this challenge that we are faced with as a society and as the community. We need all men, we need all boys, we need all girls. In as much as we acknowledge that it is happening to men as well, but the majority of it is happening to women. We need them to become part and call each other out even on the slightest act of objectifying women and seeing women and girls as inferior to men and boys. Because when such is allowed to happen, that is how a society will breed misogamy and toxic masculinity. Many times women are asked to come up with solutions and how we as women can address causes of gender-based violence and femicide. But we don't know what is going on in the man's mind or heart and the boys when they do this act to us. National Commissioner, I am sure you will agree with me that quite on the contrary, it is actually men who need to come up with solutions of addressing this pandemic. We are happy we're seeing men, and we have seen men on platform, majority of them coming up and also advocating the future of things that we need to do in order to deal with this issue of GBV and F. Wherever men hang out for a drink or two, because that's mostly where you find men, where there is a drink. One of the men said it nicely here, and I listened attentively, that they will go to those places and they will get whatever they are getting. Tomorrow somebody else gives him something better than he got from the other. You turn a blind eye, you become defensive, and you fight this other one. So we find men in these places of drink. As we sit in those places of drink, it is time that we talk about these societal ills. Wherever men hang out for a drink, wherever they socialize, they need to have these conversations. Men, young and old, boys alike, need to begin to chip away their toxic masculinities, which breed various forms of violence against women. Gender-based violence will begin to come to an end, and when we all speak about the truth to wrongdoers and perpetrators. I would like to encourage all men to continue to speak up against their peers who may display even the most burning discrimination against women. Speak out even if your voice trembles, just like mine. Speak out against injustice directed towards women. Even if you are the only voice in the room, stand up for women. Over and above this, I would like to pass my sincere gratitude to everyone who made this event possible. The organizing team, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, all leadership in the South African Police Service, all youth leaders that are with us, even those who couldn't make it for obvious reasons, all those who took a key role player in this dialogue, our virtual audience, program directors, Ntatetlo and Ausi, for the excellent work you did today, and for forging our esteemed panelists. We are ever grateful for your contribution and professionalism in which you handled this event today. I will not go through everything that has already been alluded to, and because I will be spoiling it. It's safe to say maybe we need a platform. There are, as the speakers rightfully said, there are many structures that the government have put in place and policies and guidelines. But the challenge is we are implementing them disintegrated. Each and every structure does what they are doing alone. We operating in silos. It's time we integrate our efforts. And the South African Police Service is presenting a platform, because many a time when these government structures, private sectors, community structures gather, there is a lot of competition for the space. People feel that who are these? This is supposed to be us and that and what have you. And all these problems end up coming where? To the police. So the National Commissioner and the leadership are creating and are offering ourselves to say, here is the platform, because we don't compete. We need everyone to assist us in the fight against crime. So if this platform can be utilized, as the National Commissioner was asking, by when the coordination and others, I listened, they need resources. And yes, they have their cell phones, they have their gadgets, but we are saying we have the platform. If you need a place to meet, here are the provincial commissioners and the stations. We'll create a place for you to meet with the social crime prevention environment. You don't need resources. If we integrate our efforts, the resources are already there. So let us hold hands in our integration. Let us hold hands and work together and make sure that we really do justice to this country. This country needs each and every one of us. There is no one who's more important. There is no structure that is more important than other. All of us integrated, we can make a meaningful contribution. As I conclude, Program Director, please allow me to quote the motivational speaker and DJ, who said, who alluded to this sentiment, that, as I quote, as a man, you can help women, but don't help yourself from the woman you help. Never take advantage of the people who need your help. Close quote. An opportunity is created for the youth, the leaders of tomorrow. The fact that you are keeping silent, you are not saved from the situation. Grasp the opportunity. Come forward. Do whatever. It doesn't matter how small and how little it is. But when we join all our efforts together, it will yield the desired results on effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. I believe we have come to the end of our dialogue and our engagement for today. First and foremost, please allow me to thank the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, General Sithole, for gracing us with his presence, for his inputs and his participation today. Thank you as well, General Vuma, for being with us today. To our youth leaders, our panel members, thank you. Thank you an awful lot for being here with us today. And I would also like to give thanks to our audience for being such great participants today, for all of your contributions. I would also like to thank our media representatives, our audience, our virtual audience who have been connecting on our social media pages. And last but not least, I would like to thank my co-program director. Thank you for holding my hand. Thank you.
Colleagues, thanks for being such a great and wonderful audience. The National Commissioner and the panelists would leave back to their holding boardroom, and the rest of us would use that other door. There should be something on the foyer that may interest some interest in all of us. Have a safe one, going back home. Keep well and stay safe. Thank you.
Ayabona umuntu yadonsa ngo.